Why does a small nation represent only 0.2% of the world's population, yet account for 22% of Nobel Prizes? Why do Jewish families preserve wealth across generations, while colossal fortunes from other cultures evaporate within a single lifetime? The answer is not found in finance books, but etched into the frequencies of the universe. The cosmic trigger reveals the millennia-old code that transformed the Jewish people into the most prosperous civilization in human history. This is not about religion, ethnicity, or conspiracy, but about a spiritual technology passed down from generation to generation, hidden within seemingly simple rituals that activate the quantum laws of manifestation. This is not just another book about money. It is a revelation of how a people deciphered the universe's operating instructions, and how you can activate the same cosmic trigger in your life, regardless of your origin, beliefs, or current situation. Prepare yourself to awaken the code that the cosmos implanted in you from the very beginning. Chapter 1. The Impossible Paradox. There exists a statistical anomaly so profound, so mathematically improbable, that it defies every known principle of demographics, economics, and probability theory. It is a pattern so consistent across centuries and continents that dismissing it as coincidence requires more faith than accepting it demands explanation. The Jewish people represent approximately 0.2% of the world's population, 15 million individuals scattered across nearly every nation on Earth. Yet this microscopic fraction of humanity has produced 22% of all Nobel Prize winners. In economics, the percentage climbs to 41%. In medicine, 28%. In physics, 26%. These are not marginal differences that might be explained by statistical noise or sampling error. These are ratios that scream for interpretation. Consider the Forbes list of billionaires. Names like Zuckerberg, Brin, Ellison, Bloomberg, Dell, and dozens more. Walk through the halls of Goldman Sachs. Examine the founding documents of Hollywood studios. Trace the ownership of major media conglomerates. Map the venture capital firms of Silicon Valley. The pattern repeats with such regularity that acknowledging it feels dangerous, yet ignoring it requires willful blindness. This is not about conspiracy. This is about curiosity. This is about asking the question that makes people uncomfortable at dinner parties, but keeps them awake at 3 a.m. wondering, how does a persecuted minority, scattered across hostile nations for 2 millennia, stripped of land and citizenship rights, barred from most professions for centuries, emerge not just surviving, but dominating the economic and intellectual landscape of modernity? The standard explanations crumble under examination. They value education, people say, as if no other culture prizes learning. They have strong family networks, as if the Chinese, Indians, and Italians lack tight kinship bonds. They were forced into banking because Christians couldn't charge interest, as if historical circumstance alone could explain multi-generational wealth accumulation that survives pogroms, holocausts, and constant displacement. Let's examine the numbers with unflinching honesty. Jews represent roughly 2% of the United States population, yet they comprise approximately 40% of American billionaires. They make up 33% of the Supreme Court, despite being a small minority. They founded or co-founded Google, Facebook, Oracle, Dell, and countless other technology giants. They dominate investment banking to such a degree that major financial institutions close on Jewish holidays, even though Christianity is the majority religion. In entertainment, 8 of the 11 major Hollywood studios were founded by Jewish immigrants. In media, the ownership and executive leadership of major networks, newspapers, and digital platforms shows the same disproportionate representation. In academia, Ivy League universities that once restricted Jewish enrollment now have Jewish student populations exceeding 20% at institutions like Harvard and Yale. These facts make people nervous. Pointing them out invites accusations of anti-Semitism, as if acknowledging excellence were an insult rather than an observation. But there is nothing anti-Semitic about recognizing achievement. What would be truly insulting is pretending that this pattern is random, that it teaches us nothing, that there is no wisdom to be extracted from understanding how a people transformed existential vulnerability into civilizational dominance. The Jewish people have been expelled from 109 locations throughout history, according to historical records. They have been forbidden from owning land, restricted from guilds and professions, forced into ghettos, massacred in pogroms, and subjected to the most systematic genocide in human history. Every logical prediction would forecast their extinction, or at minimum their marginalization. Instead, within a single generation after the Holocaust, Israel became a technological and military powerhouse, and Jewish communities worldwide rebounded to positions of extraordinary influence. This is the impossible paradox. A people who should have been erased from history, instead, shaped it. A minority that should have been impoverished instead mastered wealth. A scattered diaspora that should have assimilated and disappeared instead maintained identity while achieving integration. The question is not whether this pattern exists. The data is irrefutable. The question is why. Some will reach for genetic explanations, suggesting higher average IQ scores among Ashkenazi Jews. But intelligence alone doesn't create billionaires. China and India have over 1 billion people each with brilliant minds. Yet their per capita representation in global wealth and innovation doesn't approach Jewish levels. Intelligence may be necessary, but is clearly insufficient. Others point to the selection effect of persecution. They argue that centuries of expulsion created evolutionary pressure, that those who survived were the most adaptable, the most intelligent, the most resourceful. There may be truth here, but it still doesn't explain the mechanism. It doesn't tell us what specific practices, beliefs, or behaviors were selected for. It doesn't give us the instruction manual. Cultural explanations come closer to the truth. The emphasis on literacy, the tradition of questioning and debate, embedded in Talmudic study, the expectation that every child will pursue education, the network effects of tight community bonds. These factors clearly matter, but Korean families also prize education intensely. Chinese culture has emphasized scholarship for millennia, yet the outcomes differ dramatically. What if the answer lies not in genetics, not in culture as traditionally understood, but in something deeper? What if the Jewish people possess not superior DNA or even superior values, but superior operating instructions? What if, embedded within Jewish religious practice, within the rituals that seem archaic to modernize, within the prayers and observances that appear merely traditional, there exists actual technology for aligning human consciousness with the abundance that flows through reality? This is not a religious claim. You don't need to believe in the Jewish God or any God to investigate whether specific practices produce measurable results. Science doesn't care about theology. It cares about replicable outcomes. If meditation reduces cortisol levels, that's measurable whether you believe in chakras or not. If gratitude practices increase happiness, that's observable whether you're Christian, Muslim, or atheist. The question is whether Jewish practices contain functional techniques that produce prosperity, regardless of the mythological framework that carries them. consider the practice of Sabbath. 1 day per week, observant Jews completely stop working. No business, no transactions, no striving. In a world that worships hustle culture, this seems insane. Yet study after study shows that rest improves productivity, that recovery periods are when growth actually occurs, that the most successful people are not those who work longest, but those who work most strategically. The Sabbath enforces rest as a sacred obligation, building recovery into the rhythm of life, before modern science proved its necessity, or examined tzedakah, the practice of giving charity not from surplus but as a first priority. Before you pay yourself, you give. This seems backwards to conventional financial wisdom, which tells you to pay yourself first. Yet every major spiritual tradition and an increasing body of psychological research suggests that generosity, especially generosity that costs something, rewires our relationship with scarcity. It trains the nervous system to believe in abundance. When you give despite not having enough, you are programming your subconscious with the belief that more will come. The Jewish calendar is structured around remembrance and gratitude, constant festivals celebrating liberation, harvest, survival, regular reminders that they exist, that they have enough, that they have been delivered from worse circumstances. Gratitude practices are now recognized by positive psychology as among the most powerful interventions for happiness and success. Judaism embedded this in weekly and annual rhythms for thousands of years. The study of Torah and Talmud trains a specific kind of thinking. Multiple interpretations are not just allowed, but required. Students debate vigorously, defend positions, then switch sides and argue the opposite. This develops cognitive flexibility, comfort with ambiguity, and the ability to see problems from multiple angles. These are precisely the skills that modern research associates with innovation and entrepreneurship. Jewish law contains elaborate rules about honest business practices, fair weights and measures, disclosure of defects, and ethical treatment of workers and customers. While other cultures certainly have moral codes, Jewish law makes ethics granular and specific, building integrity into every transaction. Trust is the foundation of all economic exchange. A reputation for honesty is worth more than gold. Jewish communities that maintained these standards built networks where business could be conducted on a handshake because everyone knew the rules and everyone faced consequences for violation. The pattern becomes clear. What appears as religious ritual is actually a comprehensive system for developing prosperity consciousness. The practices work whether you understand them or not, just as eating nutritious food keeps you healthy, whether you understand biochemistry. But if we can decode the principles underlying these practices, we can potentially apply them regardless of religious affiliation. This book makes a controversial claim. Jewish prosperity is not accidental, genetic, or the result of conspiracy. It is the logical outcome of following specific practices that align human consciousness with the organizing principles of abundance that govern reality. These practices have been refined over millennia, tested through unimaginable adversity, and proven across generations and geographies. If this is true, then the Jewish success story is not a closed system, available only to those born into the tradition. It is a teaching available to anyone willing to learn. The practices can be adapted, the principles can be applied, and the results can be replicated. But first, we must be willing to see the pattern. We must overcome the discomfort of acknowledging that different groups employ different strategies with different outcomes. We must resist both the anti-Semitic impulse to resent Jewish success and the politically correct impulse to pretend that all cultures produce equivalent results. Neither resentment nor denial serves truth. The Jewish people have something to teach, not because they are genetically superior, but because they are culturally sophisticated. They have maintained practices across millennia that others have abandoned or never developed. They have treated prosperity as a sacred discipline rather than a lucky accident. They have built rituals that encode wisdom into daily life, rather than treating wisdom as abstract philosophy discussed, but not practiced. The impossible paradox dissolves when we see it clearly. Jewish prosperity is not impossible at all. It is the predictable result of following a specific blueprint. The question is whether you are ready to examine that blueprint without prejudice, to extract its principles without appropriating its culture, and to apply its wisdom to your own life. The gatilho cosmico, the cosmic trigger, is not a secret in the sense of being hidden. It is a secret in the sense of being ignored. The information is available, the practices are documented, the results are undeniable. What has been missing is someone willing to decode the pattern and present it in a form that others can use. This is not about becoming Jewish. This is about understanding what practices the Jewish people have refined that create alignment with abundance. This is about recognizing that if a tiny percentage of humanity has cracked the code on multi-generational wealth and influence, perhaps we should study their methods rather than resent their results. The next 9 chapters will decode those methods. We will examine the specific practices, understand the principles they embody, and explore how to apply them in your life. We will look at Sabbath rest, at strategic generosity, at gratitude rituals, at community building, at ethical business practices, at sacred study, and at the mystical technologies embedded in Kabbalah. But all of that depends on accepting the premise established here, that the Jewish people's disproportionate success is neither accident nor conspiracy, but the result of following a coherent system for generating prosperity. If you can accept that, then you are ready to learn what that system is. The impossible paradox is only impossible if you refuse to see it. Once you see it clearly, it becomes an invitation. The question is whether you will accept. Chapter 2. The Code. Hidden in Scripture. The Torah is not what you think it is. To the casual observer, it appears as ancient mythology, tribal history, and archaic legal codes. 5 books of stories about patriarchs and plagues, laws about sacrifices and dietary restrictions, genealogies that seem irrelevant to modern life. But to those who know how to read it, the Torah is something else entirely. It is an instruction manual for reality itself, written in a code that operates on multiple levels simultaneously. This is not religious belief. This is pattern recognition. When you examine the Hebrew text with mathematical precision, when you analyze the structure with the tools of information theory, when you study the numerical values embedded in every word, you discover something extraordinary. The Torah contains layers of meaning that could not possibly be accidental, patterns that suggest intentional encoding of information far beyond the surface narrative. Start with the most basic fact. Hebrew is not just an alphabet. It is a numerical system. Every letter has a value. Aleph equals 1, Bet equals 2, and so on. This means every word is also a number. Every phrase is a calculation. Every verse is an equation. This system, called gematria, allows the text to communicate simultaneously through narrative, through numerical patterns, and through the relationships between words that share the same numerical value. Consider the word for 1 in Hebrew, echad. Its numerical value is 13. The word for love, ahava, also equals 13. This is not coincidence. It is encoding the principle that true unity and love are equivalent, that oneness and loving connection are the same frequency. When the Shema declares, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one," it is not just making a theological statement. It is providing a formula. Unity equals love equals the fundamental frequency of existence. The word for Father is ava, with a value of 3. The word for Mother is em, with a value of 41. Together they equal 44, which is the numerical value of yeled, meaning child. Father plus mother mathematically produces child. The text is teaching through number that creation follows mathematical laws, that combinations produce predictable outcomes, that reality operates according to precise formulas. These are simple examples. The patterns become far more complex and far more revealing. The Hebrew word for pregnant is hara, which has the same numerical value as thought, machshava. Thought and pregnancy are encoded as equivalent states. This is not metaphor, this is instruction. Your thoughts are literally pregnant with future reality. What you conceive mentally will be born physically. The Torah is teaching manifestation through numerical equivalence. But gematria is only the beginning. The text contains what are called equidistant letter sequences, or ELS codes. By skipping a certain number of letters consistently, hidden words and phrases appear that relate to the surface text in impossible ways. Computer analysis has found these codes predicting historical events, naming people who wouldn't be born for thousands of years, and encoding information that the original scribes could not possibly have known. Skeptics dismiss this as pattern matching in random data. They argue that any sufficiently large text will contain apparent patterns if you search hard enough. But the statistical analysis tells a different story. The density of meaningful ELS codes in the Torah far exceeds what probability would predict. Names of rabbis appear near their birth and death dates. Historical events are encoded near prophetic passages that describe them. The patterns are too consistent, too relevant, too improbable to be noise. This suggests something profound. The Torah was composed using a technology we don't understand. It was written to contain information at multiple levels simultaneously. Like a hologram, where every fragment contains the whole image, every portion of Torah contains connections to the entirety. This is possible only if the text was composed all at once, by an intelligence that could see the complete pattern and encode meaning into every level of structure. Whether you believe this intelligence is divine or something else, the functional reality remains. The text works as a multi-dimensional information storage system. It teaches through story, through law, through number, through pattern, and through hidden sequences. Each level reinforces and illuminates the others. This is not how primitive tribes write mythology. This is sophisticated information architecture. Now consider what this means for those who study this text. When you read Torah, you are not just absorbing stories. You are interfacing with a structured information system. When you memorize passages, you are downloading code into your consciousness. When you debate interpretations, you are running algorithms that train your mind to see multiple dimensions simultaneously. The text is designed to rewire your cognitive architecture. Jewish education revolves around Torah study from childhood. Children learn to read Hebrew, memorize passages, and engage in structured debate about meaning. This is not just cultural preservation. This is cognitive programming. The child's developing brain is being trained on a text that operates multidimensionally, that teaches through paradox and pattern, that demands holding contradictory interpretations simultaneously. Talmudic study takes this further. The Talmud is not a book, but a conversation. Every page contains the original Mishnah, the commentary called Gemara, and layers of additional commentary from rabbis across centuries. The layout physically represents multiple voices in dialogue. Students learn to track numerous arguments simultaneously, to see how different interpretations illuminate each other, to find synthesis without eliminating contradiction. This trains a specific cognitive skill, the ability to hold multiple frameworks simultaneously without needing to collapse them into a single truth. This is the opposite of fundamentalism, which demands one right answer. Talmudic thinking says that multiple interpretations can all be true, that the text is rich enough to support contradiction, that wisdom lies in seeing all the angles rather than choosing one. Research in cognitive psychology shows that this kind of integrative complexity, the ability to differentiate and then integrate multiple perspectives, is strongly correlated with success in complex environments. Entrepreneurs, successful investors, and innovative thinkers score high on measures of integrative complexity. They can see business from the customer's perspective, the employee's perspective, the investor's perspective, and the competitor's perspective simultaneously. This is precisely the skill that Talmudic study develops. But the Torah's influence goes beyond cognitive training. The text claims to contain the blueprint of creation itself. According to Kabbalistic teaching, God looked into the Torah and created the world. This seems like religious poetry, until you consider what it might mean functionally. If the Torah encodes the principles by which reality operates, then studying it means learning the source code of existence. The opening word of Torah is Bereshit, usually translated in the beginning. But Hebrew doesn't require the same linear grammar as English. Bereshit can be read as with beginning, or more radically, as with the principle of beginning. The text is not describing a historical moment. It is teaching the principle of how beginnings work. Creation is not a past event, but an ongoing process, and the text is revealing the formula. The first verse contains 7 words and 28 letters. 7 is the number of completion, the cycle of creation. 28 is the numerical value of coach, meaning power. The text is encoding its own power into its structure. It begins by demonstrating that it operates according to the principles it teaches. The form and the content are unified. Notice what the text says. God creates first. Light. Let there be light, and there was light. Light before the sun and stars are created. This seems like an obvious error until you understand that the text is not describing physical light. It is describing consciousness, awareness, the ability to distinguish and differentiate. First comes the capacity to see. Then comes the thing to be seen. Consciousness precedes manifestation. This is not ancient cosmology. This is the observer effect in quantum mechanics, encoded 3,000 years early. The text continues with separation. Light from darkness, waters above from waters below, sea from dry land. Creation proceeds through distinction, through boundary making, through definition. This is how reality operates at every level. You cannot create without first defining what you are creating as distinct from what it is not. The Torah is teaching the principle. Clarity precedes manifestation. Before you can bring something into being, you must first clearly distinguish it from everything else. On the 6th day, God creates Adam. The name itself is a teaching. Adam comes from Adama, meaning earth or ground. But Adam also relates to Adam, meaning red, and to dam, meaning blood. The first human is named Earth Red Blood, encoding the principle that humans are formed from earthly matter, animated by the life force of blood, but something more. The numerical value of Adam is 45, which is also the value of one of the divine names. Humanity is earth animated with divinity. You are dust encoded with God frequency. Then God gives Adam dominion over creation. This is not about ecological exploitation. This is about consciousness determining reality. The observer has dominion, meaning the power to name, categorize, and thus define what things are. When Adam names the animals, he is not just labeling them. He is determining their essence, bringing them into relationship with human consciousness. Your consciousness has dominion over your experienced reality. What you name as obstacle becomes obstacle. What you name as opportunity becomes opportunity. You are Adam, perpetually naming your world into being. The story of Eden encodes the principle of polarity. The tree of knowledge of good and evil represents duality consciousness, the ability to judge and distinguish. Before eating the fruit, Adam and Eve exist in unity consciousness, where everything simply is. After eating, they know good from evil, pleasure from pain, self from other. They become aware of nakedness, of vulnerability, of lack. This is not a fall from grace, but an evolution in consciousness, necessary for individual existence, but carrying the cost of separation. The serpent who offers the fruit is not evil in the text. The Hebrew word for serpent is nachash, which has the same root as the word for divination and the word for bronze, or shining one. The serpent is not Satan, but a necessary aspect of consciousness evolution, the part that asks, why not, and what if? The serpent is curiosity, ambition, the drive toward individual knowledge. Without it, humans remain in childlike unity, but never develop individual consciousness. Every detail of these stories operates as code. The Garden of Eden is not a place, but a state of consciousness. The exile from Eden is not historical, but developmental. You were in Eden as an infant, in pure being without self-awareness. You ate from the tree when you developed ego consciousness and learned to distinguish yourself from everything else. You cannot return to Eden any more than you can return to the womb, but you can integrate the knowledge gained in exile with the unity remembered from Eden. This is the return to paradise that the text promises. The patriarchs and matriarchs are not just historical figures, but archetypal energies. Abraham represents chesed, loving-kindness and expansion. Isaac represents gevurah, strength and discipline. Jacob represents tiferet, beauty and balance between the two. Sarah is the principle of spiritual initiation. Rebecca is the principle of discerning direction. Rachel and Leah are two modes of divine service, one immediate and one delayed. The text is not asking you to believe these people literally existed exactly as described. It is offering you archetypes to work with, energetic frequencies to access and embody. The laws that fill much of Torah operate the same way. They seem like primitive regulations about sacrifices and dietary restrictions until you see the patterns. Every law encodes a principle about how consciousness interfaces with reality. The laws about clean and unclean are teaching boundaries and discernment. The laws about sacrifice are teaching about exchange, about giving up something to receive something greater. The dietary laws are teaching about being conscious of what you consume and how it becomes you. Kosher laws forbid mixing meat and milk. On the surface, this seems arbitrary, but milk represents nurturing and growth, the food that sustains young life. Meat represents death, consuming what was alive. Mixing them represents combining creation and destruction, growth and decay, in the same act. The law teaches, maintain distinctions, be clear about what energy you are working with. Don't confuse nurturing with taking. The prohibition against wearing garments of mixed fibers, chatnez, seems equally strange. Wool and linen together are forbidden, but wool comes from animals, from the mobile realm. Linen comes from plants, from the rooted realm. The law teaches, maintain clarity about what realm you are operating in. Don't confuse animal consciousness with plant consciousness. Stay integrated within a level before mixing levels. These laws are not moral commandments. They are operating instructions. They work whether you believe in them or not, just as eating poison will harm you whether you believe in toxicology. The Torah is saying, reality operates according to certain principles. Here are practices that align you with those principles. Follow them and you will thrive. Ignore them and you will suffer consequences, not because God is punishing you, but because you are violating the architecture of how things work. This is why Jewish practice produces results. It is not about believing the right theology. It is about following a system that actually works, because it is aligned with how consciousness and reality interface. When you keep Sabbath, you are not appeasing a deity. You are working with the rhythm of creation, which operates in cycles of doing and being, effort and rest, manifestation and integration. When you give tzedakah, you are not earning divine favor. You are participating in the circulation of abundance, opening channels that allow flow rather than stagnation. The genius of Torah is that it packages this operational knowledge in narrative form. Stories are how human brains naturally encode and transmit information. We remember stories far better than abstract principles. By embedding the principles in narrative, the Torah ensures they will be remembered, retold, and transmitted across generations. The stories preserve the code, even when the code is not consciously understood. This is why Jewish identity survives assimilation. Even Jews who don't believe in God, who never go to synagogue, who eat bacon and work on Saturday, still identify as Jewish. The stories are in them. The patterns have been absorbed. The code runs in background processes, even when not consciously accessed. They may not keep kosher, but they have the framework of discernment. They may not study Talmud, but they have absorbed the habit of questioning and debate. The Torah's programming persists, even in secular form. For non-Jews seeking to access this technology, the question becomes, how do you benefit from the code without appropriating the culture? The answer is to extract the principles while respecting the form. You don't need to keep kosher, but you can practice discernment about what you consume. You don't need to study Talmud in Hebrew, but you can train integrative complexity through studying multiple perspectives. You don't need to believe in the Jewish God, but you can align with the principles encoded in the practices. The Torah teaches that reality responds to consciousness. It teaches that creation operates through cycles. It teaches that separation is necessary for relationship. It teaches that giving opens receiving channels. It teaches that rest allows integration. It teaches that distinctions must be maintained for clarity. It teaches that your words and thoughts shape what manifests. These are not religious beliefs. These are operational principles that anyone can test and apply. When you understand that Torah is code rather than history, it transforms from ancient text into living technology. The question is no longer, Do I believe this happened? But what is this teaching me about how reality works? The stories become laboratories for consciousness experiments. The laws become best practices for aligning with abundance. The numbers become frequencies you can tune to. The Jewish people have maintained prosperity across millennia because they have maintained connection to this code. They have studied it, debated it, lived it, and transmitted it through every generation. The text has programmed their consciousness with patterns that produce success. You cannot fully access this programming without doing the work of deep study, but you can begin to recognize the principles and test them in your own life. The code is not hidden because it is secret. It is hidden because it requires effort to decode. The Torah doesn't reveal itself to casual reading. It rewards study, contemplation, and practice. This is by design. The principles are too powerful to be given freely to those who won't value them. You must demonstrate commitment through consistent engagement. This filters for those who will actually use the knowledge rather than merely collect it. This chapter has given you a glimpse of the layers. The full transmission would require years of study, but even this glimpse changes how you see the text and the people who live by it. Jewish prosperity is not mysterious when you understand they are following an instruction manual that actually works. The question is whether you are willing to do the work of learning to read the instructions yourself. The cosmic trigger encoded in Torah is this: consciousness shapes reality according to precise principles. Those principles can be known, practiced, and mastered. The text that seems like ancient mythology is actually advanced technology, preserved in the only format that could survive millennia. And every principle encoded in Torah can be extracted, adapted, and applied by anyone willing to do the work of true study. The next chapters will extract specific practices and show you how to apply them. But everything that follows builds on this foundation: the recognition that Torah is code, that the code works, and that you can learn to run the program yourself. Chapter 3. Shabbat. The Quantum Shortcut. Every Friday evening as the sun sets, millions of Jews around the world do something that seems economically insane. They stop working completely. For 25 hours from sunset Friday to nightfall Saturday, observant Jews cease all productive activity. No business transactions, no emails, no phone calls, no driving to meetings, no networking events. In a world where hustle culture demands constant availability and grinding through weekends separates winners from losers, Jewish law demands total cessation. This should be a competitive disadvantage. Logic suggests that working 7 days a week should produce more results than working 6. The entrepreneur who answers emails on Saturday should close more deals than the one who doesn't. The investor monitoring markets on weekends should capture opportunities others miss. The professional networking on Sundays should build stronger connections. Yet somehow, the people who completely stop 1 day per week dominate industries where others work non-stop. The paradox demands explanation. Either Jewish prosperity succeeds despite Shabbat, or because of it. Given that Shabbat is one of the most strictly observed commandments, given that Jews have maintained this practice through persecution and poverty, given that they consider it fundamental to identity, the latter seems more likely. Shabbat is not an obstacle to success. It is a technology for generating it. To understand how, we must first understand what Shabbat actually is. The English translation, Sabbath, suggests a day off, leisure time, a break from routine. But Shabbat means something more specific in Hebrew. The root word means to cease, or to desist. It does not mean rest in the sense of relaxation. It means stopping, ending, ceasing all creative activity. The distinction is crucial. The Torah introduces Shabbat in the creation story. God creates the universe in 6 days and rests on the seventh. But God is not tired. Omnipotence does not need recovery time. The text is not describing divine exhaustion, but teaching a principle. Creation operates in cycles of doing and being, manifestation and integration, yang and yin. The seventh day is not rest from fatigue, but completion of the cycle. Without the cessation, the creation is incomplete. Jewish law defines 39 categories of work prohibited on Shabbat. These are not random restrictions, but carefully defined types of creative activity. You cannot light fire, build structures, write, cook, conduct business, or engage in any act that transforms the physical world. The prohibition is against melaka, which means creative work or craftsmanship. You can exert great physical effort carrying something within your home, but you cannot carry it outside because carrying from private to public domain is a form of transformation. The logic becomes clear when you see the pattern. Shabbat prohibits all acts of imposing human will on reality. For 1 day per week, you stop trying to change anything. You accept the world exactly as it is. You cease all striving, all manipulation, all effort to make things different from how they are. This is not laziness. This is the most difficult discipline, surrendering control. Modern productivity culture is built on the opposite principle. Hustle harder, optimize everything, never stop improving, always be closing. The assumption is that success comes from constant effort, that if you stop pushing, you will fall behind, that rest is something you earn after achievement. This creates a psychological state of perpetual striving, where you are always in the future, always working towards something not yet attained, never arriving. Shabbat inverts this completely. 1 day per week, you declare that you have enough. Your house is exactly as clean as it needs to be. Your business is exactly where it should be. Your relationships are exactly as they are. You stop trying to fix, improve, or optimize anything. You practice radical acceptance of present reality. This seems passive until you understand what it does to your consciousness. Quantum physics has demonstrated that observation affects reality. The observer effect shows that particles exist in superposition, in multiple states simultaneously, until observed. The act of measurement collapses the wave function into a specific outcome. Consciousness does not merely observe reality. It participates in determining what manifests. But here is the key. Observation is not the same as striving. In fact, desperate striving often interferes with manifestation because it broadcasts the frequency of lack. When you constantly try to change your circumstances, you are declaring to the universe that what you have is insufficient. You are vibrating at the frequency of not enough. This frequency attracts more experiences of insufficiency. The harder you push, the more resistance you create. This is why so many people work themselves to exhaustion without achieving the prosperity they seek. They are manifesting from the wrong frequency. Shabbat breaks this pattern. By ceasing all effort for 1 day, you practice the consciousness of sufficiency. You rest in the present moment as if you have already arrived. You celebrate what is rather than striving for what is not. This shifts your frequency from lack to abundance, from desperation to contentment. And paradoxically, this is precisely the frequency that attracts more abundance. Every spiritual tradition teaches some version of this principle. Buddhism speaks of non-attachment and letting go. Taoism teaches Wu Wei, effortless action through alignment with natural flow. Christian mysticism speaks of surrendering to divine will, the language of letting go. The surrender experiment, the abundance manifestation teachings, all point toward the same truth. You cannot force manifestation through effort alone. You must create space for what you desire to enter. Shabbat is that space made systematic. It is not occasional meditation or periodic retreat. It is a weekly discipline that trains your consciousness to release control. Every 7 days, you practice the state you want to live from. You experience abundance not as something to achieve, but as something that already is. You taste the future you are creating, which programs your subconscious to expect that future and thus attract it. The structure of Shabbat reinforces this programming. It begins with lighting candles at sunset. The woman of the house covers her eyes, lights the candles, and says a blessing. The covering of the eyes is significant. You create the light, then you close your eyes, and when you open them, the light has transformed the space. You cannot watch the transition. You must trust that the change occurs in the darkness. This teaches the principle. Manifestation happens in the invisible realm. You plant the seed, you cover it with soil, and you trust that growth occurs where you cannot see. The Friday night meal is a feast, not a casual dinner. Even poor families serve the best food available on Shabbat. The table is set with white cloth, good dishes, and special foods. Wine is blessed, bread is blessed, songs are sung. The atmosphere is one of celebration, gratitude, and abundance. This is not celebration after achieving success. This is celebration as the practice that generates success. You act as if you are already prosperous, and the universe responds to the frequency you broadcast. Shabbat morning includes synagogue services, but the essence is not worship in the Western sense. Jewish prayer is largely in community, chanting Hebrew words whose sounds carry frequency, regardless of whether you understand the meaning. The congregation moves through liturgy together, creating coherence through synchronized vocalization and intention. This is using sound to entrain consciousness, like tuning forks that vibrate at the same frequency when placed near each other. The afternoon is for study, conversation, and rest. Families eat together, take walks, discuss Torah, sleep. There is no entertainment in the modern sense, no television or internet, no stimulation from external sources. The mind is forced to slow down, to find satisfaction in simple presence. This is profoundly countercultural in an age of constant distraction. Shabbat trains the ability to be rather than constantly do. As evening approaches and 3 stars appear, Havdalah marks the end of Shabbat. A braided candle is lit, spices are smelled, and wine is blessed. The ceremony is called Havdalah, meaning separation or distinction. You are separating sacred time from ordinary time, the consciousness of being from the consciousness of doing. The spices are smelled to carry the fragrance of Shabbat into the week ahead. You don't just drop back into hustle. You carry the frequency forward. This weekly rhythm creates what psychologists call state-dependent learning and context-dependent memory. When you regularly enter a specific state of consciousness, you build neural pathways that make that state more accessible. The more you practice Shabbat consciousness, the easier it becomes to access that frequency during the week. Eventually, you can tap into the state of sufficiency, even while actively working toward goals. This is the integration. You can strive without desperation, work without anxiety, pursue without attachment. Modern research validates what Jewish practice has known for millennia. Studies on rest and productivity show that recovery periods are when growth occurs. Athletes know that muscle builds during rest, not during training. The workout breaks down tissue. Rest allows reconstruction stronger than before. Cognitive performance follows the same pattern. Learning consolidates during sleep. Creative insights emerge in moments of not trying. The brain's default mode network, active during rest, is where novel connections form. Sleep researchers have found that the most successful people are not those who sleep the least, but those who prioritize sleep quality. Champions in every field schedule recovery as rigorously as they schedule training. Elite performers build rest into their systems because they understand that the work is only half the cycle. Without integration, effort produces exhaustion rather than growth. Shabbat is this principle made sacred obligation. The weekly cycle also creates natural urgency without artificial pressure. When you know that you cannot work on Saturday, Friday becomes incredibly focused. You complete what needs completing because the deadline is absolute. This prevents Parkinson's law, the tendency for work to expand to fill available time. When you have infinite time, projects drag on indefinitely. When you have firm boundaries, you focus intensely and accomplish more in less time. This explains why many Jewish professionals accomplish extraordinary amounts while working fewer total hours than their peers. They are not more talented or more intelligent. They are more focused because they have real constraints. They cannot check email on Saturday to catch up on what they missed Friday. They must complete cycles rather than leave tasks perpetually half-finished. This develops the ability to work in sprints, to push intensely when working, and to completely release when resting. The psychological benefits extend beyond productivity. Shabbat provides guaranteed time for relationships, for family, for community. You cannot schedule over it. You cannot cancel it for business. The people in your life know they have your full presence 1 day per week without competition from devices or distractions. This builds trust, intimacy, and connection in ways that quality time, scheduled around everything else, cannot match. Community itself becomes different on Shabbat. Neighbors invite each other for meals. Families walk to synagogue together. Without cars, you interact with people physically near you, rather than driving to wherever seems most advantageous. This builds local networks, the kind where people know you, trust you, and do business with you based on relationship rather than mere transaction. These are the networks that create opportunities before they are publicly available. There is also a profound psychological effect of practicing a discipline shared by millions across the world. Every Friday night, Jews from every nationality, every economic level, every political persuasion light candles and welcome Shabbat. You are participating in a collective practice that spans continents and centuries. This creates a sense of connection to something larger than yourself, a belonging that transcends individual identity. This belonging is protective against isolation, depression, and the existential anxiety of modern atomization. The question for non-Jews becomes, how do you access this technology without appropriating the religious framework? The answer is to understand the principles and create your own practice. You don't need to follow Jewish law to benefit from building rest into your rhythm. You don't need to attend synagogue to experience the power of ceasing productivity 1 day per week. You can create your own version of Shabbat that honors the principles without copying the form. Start by choosing a day. It does not have to be Saturday. It should be a full day, not just an afternoon, and it should be consistent. Every week, same day, no exceptions. This is not optional relaxation when you happen to have time. This is sacred discipline, non-negotiable commitment to stopping. Define what you will cease. The Jewish 39 categories of work are too complex for most people to adopt wholesale, but you can define your own restrictions. No email, no social media, no shopping, no work-related activities. The key is to eliminate all activities oriented toward future productivity. You are not stopping to prepare for better work. You are stopping completely, as if you have already achieved everything and can rest in satisfaction. Create rituals to mark the beginning and end. Light a candle or play music or say words that signify transition. The specific form matters less than the intentionality. You are telling your consciousness that you are entering a different state. The ritual creates the psychological boundary that allows you to shift frequencies. Plan activities that celebrate sufficiency. Prepare special food. Gather with people you love. Engage in conversation without purpose. Take walks without destination. Read for pleasure without attempting to learn. The goal is not productivity or self-improvement. The goal is being, appreciating, savoring what is. You are practicing the consciousness you want to attract. Eliminate digital stimulation. No screens, no entertainment that pulls you out of presence. This is perhaps the hardest part for modern people, the withdrawal from constant input. But this is precisely why it is necessary. You are addicted to stimulus, to distraction, to having your consciousness directed by external sources. 1 day per week, reclaim your attention. Notice what arises when you stop filling every moment with content. Notice the resistance that emerges. You will feel restless, anxious about falling behind, guilty about not being productive, worried about what you are missing. These feelings are important data. They reveal how deeply you have internalized the belief that your worth depends on constant output. Shabbat challenges this belief directly. You are valuable simply because you exist. Your worth does not depend on achievement. Practicing this 1 day per week gradually reprograms the subconscious pattern of proving yourself through doing. After several months of consistent practice, observe what changes. You will likely find that you accomplish as much or more in 6 days as you previously did in 7. You will have more energy during working days because you actually recover. Your decision-making will improve because you regularly step back from problems and allow solutions to emerge. Your relationships will deepen because people experience your full presence. Your creativity will increase because your mind has space to wander and make novel connections. Most importantly, you will shift your relationship with striving. You will work from sufficiency rather than lack, from creation rather than desperation, from alignment rather than force. This is the frequency that attracts prosperity. This is why Jews who completely stop 1 day per week outperform those who never stop. They have mastered the quantum shortcut. You manifest faster by releasing the need to control outcomes. Shabbat is not the absence of work. It is the completion of the cycle. It is the integration that allows growth. It is the stillness that reveals direction. It is the surrender that opens receiving. It is the practice of already having arrived, which is precisely the consciousness that attracts arrival. The cosmic trigger encoded in Shabbat is this: cessation is as creative as action. The pause is where possibility collapses into manifestation. The void is where the new emerges. You cannot fill a cup that is never emptied. You cannot receive what you never stop to accept. Stop trying to force outcomes, and you create space for outcomes to manifest. This is not metaphysics. This is mechanics. Master the stop, and everything else accelerates. The next chapter will explore how strategic generosity amplifies this principle, how giving creates the vacuum that attracts receiving. But all of that builds on this foundation. You must stop grasping before you can truly hold. Shabbat teaches you how. Chapter 4. Tzedakah. The physics of generosity. There is a Hebrew word that most people mistranslate, and that mistranslation obscures one of the most powerful prosperity technologies ever developed. The word is tzedakah, usually rendered in English as charity. But charity implies optional benevolence, giving from surplus, helping the less fortunate from a position of abundance. Tzedakah means something entirely different. The root of the word is tzedek, which means justice or righteousness. Tzedakah is not charity. It is obligation. It is the correction of an imbalance. It is the recognition that you do not own your wealth, but steward it. And part of that stewardship is circulation. Jewish law requires tzedakah even from the poor. Even someone receiving communal support must give to others. Even someone with barely enough to survive must set aside a portion for those with less. This seems absurd from a conventional financial perspective. If you don't have enough, the last thing you should do is give away what little you have. Yet Jewish tradition insists that the obligation to give precedes the achievement of sufficiency. You don't give after you have enough. You give in order to become someone who has enough. The amount is specified with precision. The minimum obligation is 10%, called maser. The maximum recommended is 20%, beyond which you risk impoverishing yourself. Between 10 and 20% is the ideal range, not someday when you can afford it. Now from whatever you have, even if it seems insufficient. This is not a suggestion for the spiritually advanced. This is baseline requirement for every Jew. The logic seems backwards until you understand the principle being encoded. Money is not a static resource that depletes when shared. Money is energy that flows. The fundamental economic reality is circulation, not accumulation. Wealth concentrates where it flows freely, not where it stagnates. When you hold too tightly, you create blockage. When you give strategically, you create vacuum that draws more to you. This is not mystical thinking. This is thermodynamics applied to economics. Consider the physical analogy. Your body is constantly circulating blood. If circulation stops, you die. If circulation slows, you sicken. Health requires that your heart constantly pump blood away from itself, trusting that the circulatory system returns it replenished. Your heart does not hoard blood. It gives continuously, and in giving, it receives continuously. The same principle applies to money. Circulation creates health. Stagnation creates disease. You must give in order to receive, not after receiving. The Hebrew phrase for making a living is literally seeing blessing, lirot bracha. The word for blessing, bracha, comes from the root brecha, meaning pool or reservoir. Blessing is not scarcity multiplied, but abundance flowing into a container. The question is whether your container has openings for flow. If you only have an inlet and no outlet, you become a dead sea, where water flows in, but nothing flows out, and everything dies. If you have only outlets and no inlet, you empty and collapse. Life requires both receiving and giving in balanced circulation. Maimonides, the medieval Jewish philosopher whose thinking shaped Jewish practice for centuries, codified 8 levels of tzedakah, creating a hierarchy of giving from least to most righteous. The 8th and highest level is creating economic opportunity where the recipient no longer needs charity. This is teaching someone to fish rather than giving them a fish. This is investment in capability rather than perpetual support. But notice that even this highest form still requires giving. The distinction is not between giving and not giving, but between types of giving that create dependency versus independence. The seventh level is giving anonymously, where neither giver nor receiver knows the other's identity. This removes ego from the transaction. You are not giving to feel superior or to be thanked. The recipient is not receiving in humiliation or obligation. The gift becomes pure circulation, energy moving through the system without attachment to individual identity. This trains non-attachment, the ability to give without needing recognition, which is the consciousness that allows receiving without grasping. The sixth level is giving anonymously, but knowing who receives. You know where your contribution goes, but the recipient does not know you. This allows discernment about where your resources can be most effective, while still preventing ego inflation from recognition. The fifth level is giving openly, but receiving anonymously. The recipient knows you gave, but you don't know who received. This prevents you from judging whether the recipient was worthy, forcing you to trust that the system distributes appropriately. The lower levels involve face-to-face giving, which sounds more personal, but actually ranks lower because it creates embarrassment and obligation. The person receiving must feel their lack in front of someone witnessing their need. The person giving may feel superior or expect gratitude. These emotional complications interfere with pure circulation. The ideal is systematic giving, where the flow happens impersonally, like a heart pumping blood without negotiating with each cell about whether it deserves oxygen. Jewish communities developed elaborate systems to implement these principles. Every community had a kuppah, a communal fund collected and distributed by trustees. Wealthier members contributed according to their means. Those in need received according to their requirements. Nobody knew who gave what or who received what. The system itself managed circulation, removing individual ego and shame from the equation. This is brilliant social technology, predating modern welfare systems by millennia and arguably superior because it maintained dignity through anonymity. The timing of tzedakah is also specified. You give before asking for anything yourself. Every prayer service includes opportunities for giving. Before you request health, prosperity, or divine favor, you demonstrate that you participate in the circulation rather than merely consuming from it. This is psychological programming. You are training your consciousness to lead with generosity rather than need, to see yourself as someone who has enough to give rather than someone desperately lacking and grasping. There are specific occasions when giving is particularly emphasized. Before Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, every Jew increases tzedakah as part of the repentance process. Before Passover, special collections ensure that even the poorest can celebrate the Feast of Freedom. Before weddings, couples give tzedakah as part of building their new household. Before business ventures, merchants give tzedakah to sanctify the enterprise. The pattern is consistent. Before you receive, you give. Before you enter new possibility, you demonstrate that you are open channels, not blocked drains. The psychological impact of this practice is profound. When you give despite not having enough, you are programming your subconscious with abundance consciousness. Your nervous system receives the message, I have enough to give, therefore I have enough. This is operant conditioning applied to prosperity. You are training yourself to feel abundant, regardless of circumstances. Over time, this becomes your default state. You stop relating to money from scarcity and start relating to it from sufficiency. Modern psychology has validated this principle through research on the relationship between generosity and well-being. Study after study shows that people who give are happier than those who hoard, that generous people report greater life satisfaction, that the act of giving activates reward centers in the brain more powerfully than receiving. This is not because good people happen to give. This is because giving creates the neurological state associated with well-being. Your brain literally cannot distinguish between having more and giving more. Both register as abundance. The research on helpers high demonstrates measurable physiological changes from giving. Cortisol decreases, oxytocin increases, endorphins release, the parasympathetic nervous system activates. These are the markers of safety and sufficiency. When you give, your body believes you have enough to spare. This belief, held consistently over time, becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Your consciousness aligns with abundance. Your decisions flow from sufficiency rather than desperation, and your results reflect that alignment. There is also emerging research on what scientists call upstream reciprocity, the tendency for acts of kindness to spread through networks. When you help someone, they are more likely to help others, who help still others, creating cascading waves of generosity. You are not just helping one person. You are initiating a pattern that multiplies through the network. Some of those waves will eventually flow back to you, often from unexpected sources. You gave to person A, who gave to person B, who gave to person C, who happens to be in position to create an opportunity for you. This is how tzedakah generates returns that seem miraculous but are actually systematic. Jewish business culture has institutionalized this principle in ways that create extraordinary trust networks. When Jewish merchants know that everyone in the network is obligated to tzedakah, they trust that wealth circulating in the community will eventually circulate back. If you profit significantly from a transaction, the community expects increased tzedakah. If you fall on hard times, the community supports you. This creates safety nets that allow entrepreneurial risk-taking. You can attempt ventures that might fail because failure won't destroy you. The community catches you, allows you to recover, and supports your next attempt. This trust also enables deals to be made on handshake agreements. When everyone knows that everyone else is bound by the same system of obligations, reputation becomes more valuable than legal contracts. Breaking your word means exclusion from the network, which is economic death. Keeping your word, even at personal cost, maintains your standing in the community, which is worth far more than the short-term gain from cheating. The tzedakah system creates the conditions for high-trust, low-friction commerce. There is a Kabbalistic teaching that explains the deeper mechanics. The universe operates on the principle of ratzo v'shov, running and returning. Energy flows outward in creation, then returns inward in integration. Breathing demonstrates this. Inhale and exhale, systole and diastole, expansion and contraction. Life is rhythmic flow, not static accumulation. When you give, you participate in the outward flow, the running. This creates vacuum that draws the return flow, the returning. You cannot inhale without first exhaling. You cannot receive without first giving. The order matters. The teaching continues. There are two modes of divine emanation, chesed and gevura, translated as loving kindness and severity, or discipline. Chesed is the impulse to give, to overflow, to share without restraint. Gevura is the impulse to withhold, to contain, to maintain boundaries. Both are necessary. Pure chest without gevura is chaos, giving everything away until nothing remains. Pure gevura without chest is stagnation, holding so tightly that nothing flows. The ideal is tiferet, beauty, the balance between giving and receiving, the golden mean. The tzedakah requirement of 10 to 20% encodes this balance. Less than 10% is excessive gevura, hoarding too much. More than 20% is excessive chesed, giving beyond sustainability. Between 10 and 20% maintains the circulation without either stagnation or depletion. This is not arbitrary. This is calibrated to keep the system healthy. You give enough to create flow, but not so much that you undermine your capacity to continue giving. Different types of giving serve different functions. Immediate relief addresses urgent need. Educational support builds capability. Business loans create productive capacity. Communal infrastructure benefits everyone. Jewish law prioritizes maintaining dignity, preventing poverty before it occurs, and creating conditions for self-sufficiency. The goal is not to create dependency, but to maintain circulation. Even the highest form of tzedakah, creating economic opportunity, still involves giving your time, knowledge, or capital. You are always participating in flow, just at different levels of leverage. There are also rules about receiving. You are obligated to accept help when genuinely needed. Refusing assistance from false pride breaks the circulation as surely as refusing to give. The community cannot function if people won't receive. The shame around receiving must be eliminated because it interferes with flow. You are not inferior for needing help. You are participating in the system. Today, you receive. Tomorrow, you give. The roles are temporary. The circulation is constant. This creates a remarkable cultural attitude toward bankruptcy and failure. In many cultures, financial failure carries permanent shame. You are marked as someone who couldn't make it, someone unreliable, someone to avoid. In Jewish culture, failure is expected as part of entrepreneurship. The community supports recovery specifically so you can try again. Many of the most successful Jewish business people failed multiple times before succeeding. The community's willingness to continue circulating resources toward them, even after failure, enabled eventual success. The structure also prevents the concentration of wealth that destroys societies. When the wealthy are obligated to give 20%, when the community can pressure them toward generous giving, when reputation depends on participation in circulation, extreme wealth disparity becomes harder to maintain across generations. The very wealthy still exist, but they are expected to give proportionally. This recycling prevents the calcification of class structure that has destroyed so many civilizations. Modern research on inequality shows that societies with more equal wealth distribution are healthier, happier, and more economically dynamic than societies with extreme concentration. Innovation happens more readily when more people have resources to experiment. Trust is higher when everyone participates in communal systems. Social cohesion is stronger when the wealthy and poor interact regularly rather than living in separate worlds. Tzedakah enforces enough circulation to maintain social health. For individuals, the practice of regular giving creates discipline that extends beyond charity. If you can give 10% consistently, you are demonstrating the ability to control impulses, to prioritize long-term thinking over immediate gratification, to delay consumption, and to trust in future abundance. These are precisely the traits that predict economic success. Tzedakah is not just good for the community. It is training for personal prosperity. The practice also forces you to track your income accurately. You cannot give 10% if you don't know what you earned. This creates financial consciousness, awareness of what comes in and what goes out. Many people remain poor because they never know their actual numbers. They guess, they approximate, they avoid looking closely at their finances. The tzedakah requirement forces precision. You must know what you have in order to know what to give. This knowledge itself is power. There is an additional layer to tzedakah that most people miss. The word for rich in Hebrew is ashir, which literally means connected or bound. Wealth is connection. You are rich to the degree that you are connected to flow, to people, to opportunity, to resources. Poverty is disconnection, isolation, being cut off from circulation. Tzedakah maintains connection. When you give regularly, you are always in relationship with the flow. You never become isolated. You remain part of the network. This is why the practice is called righteousness rather than charity. It is the maintenance of right relationship. The practical question for non-Jews becomes, how do you implement this practice without the communal infrastructure that Jewish communities have built over centuries? The answer is to create your own system that honors the principles. Start with the 10%. Not someday, not when you can afford it, but now from whatever you currently earn. If you are employed, calculate 10% of every paycheck and give it before you pay bills. If you are self-employed, set aside 10% of every payment you receive. Where you give matters less than that you give, but strategic giving amplifies the effect. Support causes that align with your values. Invest in people who are building something meaningful. Contribute to your local community. The key is to give where you can see impact, where your contribution makes a measurable difference. This provides feedback that reinforces the behavior. You see that your giving creates real change, which motivates continued giving. Make it automatic if possible. Set up recurring donations that happen without conscious decision each month. This removes willpower from the equation. You have designed your environment so that giving happens by default. This is how you build identity as a giver, rather than someone who occasionally remembers to give. Your system reflects and reinforces who you are becoming. Track your giving as meticulously as you track your earning. Keep records of what you gave, when, and to whom. Review quarterly. Notice patterns. You will discover that giving regularly changes your relationship with money. You will feel less anxious about finances because you have proof that you can give and still survive. You will develop confidence that more keeps coming because you observe the pattern over time. This evidence accumulates and rewires your scarcity programming. Expect resistance, especially in the beginning. Your nervous system is wired for scarcity from evolutionary history. Your ancestors survived by hoarding resources, not by giving them away. Every instinct will scream that giving when you don't have enough is insane. You will feel the impulse to skip a month, to give less, to wait until you have more. Recognize this as the exact programming you are trying to override. Push through the resistance, give anyway. This is how you reprogram yourself. Notice what happens after 6 months of consistent practice. You will likely find that opportunities increase. People offer you chances that didn't exist before. Resources appear from unexpected sources. Deals close more easily. This is not magic. This is the result of shifting your frequency from scarcity to abundance. People sense this shift, even if they can't articulate it. They trust you more because you trust yourself. They want to do business with you because you are not desperate. Your energy has changed, and reality responds to your energy. After a year, the practice becomes natural. You no longer debate whether to give. You give automatically because it is who you are. The identity shift is complete. You have become someone who circulates resources rather than someone who hoards them. This identity attracts more circulation. People who circulate resources want to connect with others who do the same. You have joined a network without knowing its boundaries. The ultimate principle, encoded in tzedakah, is this: you cannot outgive the universe. The more you give from genuine abundance consciousness, the more flows to you. Not because you are being rewarded for good behavior, but because you have aligned yourself with the fundamental pattern of creation. Energy wants to flow. Money is energy. When you become a clear channel for flow, money flows through you in increasing volume. You give more because you receive more. You receive more because you give more. The cycle amplifies. This is not prosperity gospel promising that God will multiply your donations. This is systems thinking applied to economics. You are building networks, creating goodwill, training abundance consciousness, and establishing reputation. All of these have measurable economic value. The returns come through natural mechanisms, not supernatural intervention, but the returns are real, consistent, and cumulative. Jewish prosperity is inseparable from Jewish giving. You cannot separate the two. The wealth exists because of the circulation, not despite it. The communities that give most tend to be the wealthiest because giving creates the conditions for wealth generation. Trust, reputation, networks, psychological abundance, strategic support. These are the infrastructure of prosperity. Tzedakah builds that infrastructure. The cosmic trigger encoded in tzedakah is this: circulation precedes accumulation. You must give before you can truly receive. You must create vacuum before universe can fill it. You must demonstrate trust in abundance before abundance can trust you. This is not morality. This is mechanics. Master the flow, and everything flows to you. The next chapter will reveal how Kabbalah maps this circulation, how the mystical tradition describes the energetic architecture through which abundance flows. But all of that builds on this foundation. You must participate in giving to participate in receiving. Tzedakah is not optional generosity. It is required participation in the system that generates prosperity. Start giving, and you start receiving. The order is not negotiable. Chapter 5. Kabbalah, the map of the invisible. There exists a diagram so profound that mystics have guarded it for centuries, so precise that it describes the architecture of consciousness itself, and so practical that it provides a literal blueprint for manifesting prosperity. This diagram is called the Tree of Life, and it is the central image of Kabbalah, the mystical tradition of Judaism. To the uninitiated, it appears as abstract symbolism, circles connected by lines, Hebrew letters, and mysterious correspondences. To those who understand its function, it is an operating system diagram for reality itself. Kabbalah means receiving, and it is the science of how emanation flows from source to manifestation, from infinite potential to finite form, from thought to thing. The Tree of Life maps this flow through 10 spheres called sephirot, each representing a distinct mode of consciousness, a specific frequency of divine energy, and a particular stage in the manifestation process. Understanding this map means understanding how abundance moves from the invisible realm of possibility into the visible realm of physical wealth. The tree is not a ladder you climb, but a circuit you complete. Energy flows down from the crown to the foundation, then back up from foundation to crown. This is not metaphor. This is describing the actual process by which consciousness creates reality. Intention begins at the highest level. flows through progressive stages of refinement and definition, manifests in physical form, and then returns feedback that informs the next cycle of intention. You are already operating this system whether you understand it or not. Kabbalah simply makes the invisible visible so you can work with it consciously. At the top of the tree is Keter, meaning crown. This is pure potential, infinite possibility before any definition. It is the quantum field of all that could be, the unified consciousness before it divides into subject and object. You cannot think about Keter, because thinking requires duality, and Keter precedes duality. You can only touch it in moments of absolute presence, when the observer and observed collapse into a single awareness. This is the source of all manifestation, but it is too undifferentiated to manifest anything specific. It must descend. The first division occurs into Chochma and Binah, wisdom and understanding, yang and yin, the point and the container. Chochma is the flash of insight, the spark of creative inspiration, the sudden seeing of new possibility. It is masculine energy, penetrating, instantaneous, pure, but without form. Binah is the womb that receives this spark, contemplates it, develops it, gives it structure and shape. It is feminine energy, receptive, gestating, transforming raw inspiration into coherent form. All creation requires both, the spark and the container, the idea and the framework, the vision and the structure. These three, Keter, Chochma, and Binah, form the supernal triangle, the realm of pure consciousness, before it condenses into anything recognizable. This is where all prosperity begins, in the realm of pure potential and creative insight. Most people never access this level consciously. They live entirely in the lower realms, reacting to circumstances rather than creating from source. Jewish practice, particularly meditation on divine names and deep Torah study, is designed to elevate consciousness into these upper spheres where creation actually originates. Below the supernal triangle sits Da'at, knowledge, which is not counted among the 10 Sephirot, but serves as a mysterious bridge. Da'at represents the integration of Chochma and Binah, the moment when flash insight and deep understanding unite to produce knowing. This is gnosis, direct experiential knowledge rather than intellectual information. When you truly know something, not just understand it conceptually, but know it in your bones, you have activated Da'at. This is the gateway through which consciousness descends into manifestation. The next level down is the ethical triangle, Chesed, Gevurah, and Tiferet. We encountered these principles in the previous chapter on tzedakah. Chesed is loving kindness, expansive generosity, the impulse to give without limit. Gevurah is strength or severity, discriminating judgment, the impulse to contain and direct. Tiferet is beauty, the perfect balance between expansion and contraction, giving and receiving, yes and no. These three govern how you direct your creative energy. Do you give too freely and dissipate your power? Do you hold too tightly and strangle possibility? Or do you find the golden mean where energy flows precisely as needed? In terms of prosperity, Chesed represents the abundance mindset, the belief that there is always enough and more to spare. Gevurah represents discernment about where to invest resources, the wisdom to say no to opportunities that don't serve your highest purpose. Tiferet represents the integration where you are simultaneously generous and strategic, abundant and disciplined, open and focused. Most people oscillate between Chesed and Gevurah, between reckless giving and fearful hoarding. Mastery means dwelling in Tiferet, where you respond appropriately to each situation without being driven by either extreme. Below the ethical triangle is the tactical triangle, Netzach, Hod, and Yesod. Netzach means eternity or endurance, and it represents persistence, the ability to maintain effort over time, the quality of not giving up when results don't appear immediately. Hod means splendor or surrender, and it represents the ability to adapt, to change strategy when reality provides feedback, the wisdom to know when to pivot. These two are often in tension. Netzach says, keep pushing. Hod says, let go and adjust. Both are necessary. Yesod, meaning foundation, synthesizes Netzach and Hod into coordinated action. Yesod is where intention meets execution, where planning becomes doing, where all the higher energies finally organize into concrete behavior. This is the sphere of habits, systems, and repeated actions. All the insight and intention in the world means nothing if it doesn't condense into Yesod, into actual behavioral patterns you execute consistently. This is why Jewish practice emphasizes ritual, repeated actions performed regardless of mood or inspiration. Yesod is where consciousness becomes automatic, where you have integrated practice so deeply that you perform it without conscious effort. At the bottom of the tree is Malkut, meaning kingdom or sovereignty. This is physical reality, the material world, the manifest realm where you can see, touch, and measure results. Malkut receives all the energies flowing down from the higher spheres and displays them as physical form. Your bank account exists in Malkut. Your business exists in Malkut. Your body exists in Malkut. But Malkut is not separate from the higher spheres. It is their culmination, their final expression. What you experience in Malkut was created in Keter, refined through all the intermediate stages, and finally materialized here. The crucial insight is this: if you want to change what manifests in Malkut, you cannot work at the Malkut level alone. You cannot fix material problems with purely material solutions. You must trace the issue back up the tree to find where the flow is blocked. If you lack money, the problem is not just in Malkut. It may be in Yesod, where your habits and systems are not aligned with prosperity. It may be in Netzach, where you lack persistence, or in Hod, where you refuse to adapt. It may be in Chesed, where you give too much, or Gevura, where you hold too tight. It may be in Choshma, where you lack creative insight, or in Bina, where you cannot structure your ideas effectively. The tree of life is a diagnostic tool. When manifestation is blocked, you can map where the blockage exists and clear it at the appropriate level. This is far more effective than applying generic solutions. Most self-help advice operates only at the Malkut level, telling you to work harder, save more, invest better. But if your problem is at the Gesed Gevura level, no amount of Malkut level effort will solve it. You must first balance your giving and receiving, your expansion and contraction. Then the Malkut results will naturally shift. The tree is also connected by pathways, 22 of them, corresponding to the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Each pathway represents a specific type of transformation, a particular way that energy moves from one sphere to another. The path from Keter to Choshma is different from the path from Choshma to Bina, which is different from the path from Chesed to Gevura. Each letter is a gate, a frequency you can activate to facilitate specific transformations in consciousness. Advanced Kabbalistic practice involves meditating on letter combinations, visualizing pathways, and consciously moving energy through the tree. This is not merely imaginative exercise. Research in neuroplasticity shows that visualization activates the same neural pathways as physical action. When you visualize energy flowing from Choshma to Bina, You are literally training your brain to move more fluidly from insight to structure. When you meditate on the balance point of Tiferet, you are rewiring your nervous system to find equilibrium between extremes. The practice works because consciousness is not separate from neurology. Changing consciousness changes brain structure, which changes behavior, which changes results. There is another layer to the tree that most people miss. The 10 Sephirot are not just abstract principles, but actual qualities you can embody. Abraham embodied chesed, pure loving-kindness and radical hospitality. Isaac embodied gevura, discipline and strength, willing to be sacrificed. Jacob embodied Tiferet, integrating the extremes of his grandfather and father into balanced wholeness. Moses embodied Netzach, endurance through 40 years in the desert. Aaron embodied Hod, the ability to adapt and make peace. Joseph embodied Yesod, the righteous one who maintained integrity and built systems. David embodied Malchut, kingship manifest in the physical world. These are not just historical figures. They are templates, patterns of consciousness you can activate within yourself. When you need to access generous abundance, you meditate on Abraham energy. When you need discipline and boundaries, you invoke Isaac. When you need balance, you embody Jacob. The patriarchs and matriarchs are not idols to worship, but frequencies to tune to, archetypal energies available within your own consciousness. The feminine aspect of the tree is equally important, but often overlooked. Each sephira has a masculine and feminine polarity. The right pillar, chochma, chesed, and netzach, is masculine, active, giving. The left pillar, bina, gevura, and had, is feminine, receptive, receiving. The middle pillar, keter, tiferet, yesod, and malkut, is the integration of both. True manifestation requires balancing masculine and feminine energies, doing and being, pushing and allowing, effort and surrender. Most Western culture is trapped in excessive masculine energy, constant doing, perpetual striving, never stopping to receive what has been created. This creates exhaustion, burnout, and diminishing returns. The feminine pathway teaches receptivity, the ability to stop doing and simply be with what is, to allow rather than force, to receive rather than only give. This is not weakness. This is the other half of the creative cycle. Without receptivity, your efforts cannot land. Without being, your doing has no ground. The Shabbat practice discussed earlier activates the feminine pillar, training receptivity as a conscious discipline. Kabbalah also teaches the concept of a tzimtzum, contraction. Before creation could occur, God had to contract, to create a space of apparent absence where something other than God could exist. This is the foundational paradox. Creation requires the Creator to withdraw. Applied to prosperity, this means you must create space for what you desire. If your life is completely full, if every moment is scheduled, if you have no margin, there is no room for new opportunity to enter. You must practice strategic subtraction, removing what no longer serves to create vacuum that attracts what you are becoming. This is why wealthy people often seem to have more time than poor people, despite having more responsibilities. They have mastered tzimtzum, the art of contraction. They eliminate ruthlessly, saying no to everything that doesn't align with their highest purpose. This creates space for the opportunities that truly matter. Poor people say yes to everything, staying busy but never breaking through, because they have not learned to contract, to create the empty space where true creation occurs. The tree also describes 4 worlds, 4 levels of reality interpenetrating each other. Atzilut is the world of emanation, pure spirit, the realm of Keter. Beria is the world of creation, where form first emerges, the realm of the supernal triangle. Yetzirah is the world of formation, where things take definite shape, the realm of the ethical and tactical triangles. Asaya is the world of action, physical reality, the realm of Malkut. These four worlds exist simultaneously, not sequentially. Every moment contains all four levels. When you have an insight, that occurs in Atzilut. When you understand its implications, that occurs in Beriah. When you plan how to implement it, that occurs in Yetzirah. When you take physical action, that occurs in Asaya. Most people live only in Asaya, reacting to circumstances without understanding the higher worlds that created those circumstances. Kabbalistic practice trains you to consciously navigate all four worlds, to trace effects back to causes, and to plant causes that produce desired effects. Prosperity consciousness requires working in all four worlds simultaneously. At the Atzilut level, you must connect to infinite abundance, the recognition that there is no scarcity in the quantum field of all possibility. At the Beriah level, you must receive creative insight about how abundance can manifest for you specifically. At the Yetzirah level, you must structure your habits and systems to align with that vision. At the Asya level, you must take concrete physical actions consistently. Skip any level, and manifestation fails. Work all four consciously, and manifestation becomes inevitable. The practical application of Kabbalah for prosperity means learning to read your reality as a reflection of the tree. When you experience lack, ask, which sephira is blocked? Are you disconnected from source abundance in Keter? Do you lack creative insight in Chokhmah? Do you fail to structure your ideas in Bina? Are you imbalanced between Chesed and Gevurah? Do you lack persistence in Netzach or adaptability in Hod? Are your systems whack in Yesod? Once you identify the level where flow is blocked, you can address it directly. For example, if you have brilliant ideas but they never materialize, you have Chochmah but lack Bina. You receive the spark, but don't sit with it long enough to develop structure. The solution is not to generate more ideas, but to practice contemplation, to spend time in Bina energy, allowing the spark to gestate until it has sufficient form to manifest. If you have great plans but never execute, you are strong in Yetzirah but weak in Yesod. The solution is not better planning, but establishing habits, creating systems that automate action so execution happens regardless of motivation. If you work constantly but see no results, you are trapped in Netzach, pushing without allowing the hard feedback that would tell you to adjust course. The solution is to pause, to practice receptivity, to listen to what reality is telling you. If you give up at the first obstacle, you are too heavy and hard, adapting so quickly that you never persist long enough to break through. The solution is to cultivate Netzach, to commit to a course of action and maintain it through difficulties. If you obsessively save every penny, you are stuck in Gevurah without Chesed. The solution is conscious practice of generosity, training yourself to give even when it feels uncomfortable. If you give recklessly and constantly struggle financially, you are stuck in Chesed without Gevurah. The solution is to practice saying no, establishing boundaries, directing your generosity strategically rather than indiscriminately. The Tree of Life also explains why Jewish communities have produced so many innovations and breakthroughs. The culture trains navigation of the entire tree. Torah study develops Chochmah and Bina, insight and structure. Talmudic debate develops the ability to hold multiple perspectives, accessing different sephirot simultaneously. Ethical teachings emphasize chesed gevura tiferet balance. Ritual practice builds yesod, repeated actions that become automatic. The emphasis on action and deed connects everything to malkut. The entire culture is organized around developing fluency in the full spectrum of consciousness. Non-Jewish seekers can work with the tree without converting to Judaism, but it requires study and practice. Begin by learning the qualities of each sephira intimately. Meditate on one per day, cycling through all 10. Notice which ones feel familiar and which feel foreign. The ones that feel most uncomfortable are likely where you need the most development. If Gevura makes you squirm, you probably need more boundaries. If Chesed feels wrong, you probably need to practice generosity. The tree reveals your blind spots. Create a visual representation of the tree and place it where you will see it daily. Each sphere should be labeled with its name and core quality. As you move through your day, track which energies you are expressing. When you generate a new idea, recognize chochma. When you plan how to implement it, recognize yesod. When you exercise discipline, recognize gevura. When you show compassion, recognize chesed. This conscious labeling trains you to navigate the tree deliberately rather than randomly. Practice pathway meditation. Visualize energy moving from one sphere to another. If you want to transform insight into structure, visualize light moving from chochma to baina. If you want to balance generosity with discernment, visualize energy flowing between chesed and gevura, finding equilibrium in tiferet. The visualizations are not merely symbolic. They are reprogramming your neural pathways, training your consciousness to flow more efficiently through these transformations. Study the Hebrew letters associated with each pathway. You don't need to believe in their mystical power to benefit from working with them. The letters are archetypal symbols that your subconscious responds to. Meditating on them activates associated neural networks. The letter Aleph, associated with the pathway from Keter to Chochma, represents the movement from unity to duality, from infinite to finite. Contemplating this glyph while meditating on that transition enhances your ability to access creative insight from the field of infinite potential. The ultimate goal of Kabbalistic practice is what is called raising the sparks, elevating all of manifest reality back to its source in divine consciousness. In practical terms, this means seeing the sacred in the mundane, recognizing that every material thing is condensed consciousness, and treating it accordingly. When you handle money with reverence, knowing it is condensed chesed energy, you align with its flow. When you work with awareness that your labor is malkut expressing keter, you infuse your actions with higher purpose. This elevation of the ordinary into the sacred is the essence of Jewish practice and the secret of its effectiveness. Kabbalah is not escapist mysticism divorced from practical reality. It is the most practical system ever devised for understanding how consciousness operates and learning to operate it skillfully. The Tree of Life is not poetry. It is engineering. It describes the architecture of manifestation with precision that rivals any system's diagram. When you learn to read this diagram and navigate it consciously, you gain leverage over reality that seems miraculous but is actually systematic application of understanding. Jewish prosperity is not accidental. It is the result of a culture that has, for thousands of years, trained its members in the operating system of consciousness itself. They may not all study Kabbalah explicitly, but the principles are embedded in Torah, in Talmud, in ritual, in community structure, in the very language they pray in. The training happens whether conscious or not. But when you make it conscious, when you study the tree deliberately and practice navigating it skillfully, you accelerate dramatically. The cosmic trigger encoded in Kabbalah is this: reality has structure, consciousness has architecture, and manifestation follows predictable pathways. Learn the map, and you can navigate to any destination. Ignore the map, and you wander randomly, occasionally stumbling onto success, but unable to replicate it. The tree of life is the map. Your consciousness is the territory. Align the two, and you become unstoppable. The next chapter will explore the most mysterious element of Jewish practice: the name, the specific sound frequencies that were encoded in Hebrew as the interface between human consciousness and the source of all manifestation. But everything that follows builds on this foundation, understanding that consciousness is structured, that the structure can be known, and that knowing it gives you access to powers that seem supernatural, but are actually the natural result of operating the system as it was designed to be operated. Chapter 6. The Unpronounceable Name and Its Frequencies. There exists a sequence of 4 Hebrew letters that observant Jews will not speak aloud. This is not superstition or primitive taboo. This is recognition that certain sound combinations carry such concentrated power that casual use is dangerous, like handling live electrical current without training. The 4 letters are Yod Hai Vav Hai, transliterated as YHVH, and they form what is called the Tetragrammaton, the 4-letter name of God that appears more than 6,000 times in the Hebrew Bible, but is never pronounced as written. To understand why a name matters, you must first understand what names actually are. In modern culture, names are arbitrary labels, convenient tags we attach to things so we can reference them in conversation. Your name could have been anything. It distinguishes you from others but doesn't define your essence. Hebrew operates differently. In Hebrew, a name reveals nature. The letters that compose a name describe the essence of the thing named. Adam means earth, because humans are formed from earth. Abraham means father of multitudes, because his destiny is to father nations. Names are not labels but frequencies, sonic expressions of essential nature. When God reveals the divine name to Moses at the burning bush, Moses asks what name to give when the Israelites ask who sent him. God responds with Ehyeh Asher Ehyeh, usually translated, I am that I am, but more accurately rendered, I will be what I will be, or I am becoming what I am becoming. This is not a static declaration of existence, but a dynamic principle of perpetual becoming, infinite potential in constant manifestation. Then God gives the name YHVH and says, This is my name forever. This is my memorial for all generations. The name YHVH is built from the Hebrew letters that function as prefixes and suffixes to indicate past, present, and future tense. Yod is the smallest letter, a mere point, representing the beginning, the spark. He represents window or breath, the opening through which energy flows. Vav is the connector, the hook that joins things. Another He completes the sequence. YHVH contains past tense prefix, present tense indicator, and future tense marker within a single word. It is the name that contains all time. The sound that encompasses was, is, and will be simultaneously. Grammatically, YHVH is the future tense of the verb to be. It means he will be, or more accurately, he causes to be. This is not a name describing a being, but a process, the principle of becoming itself. the force that causes existence to emerge from potential. When you vibrate this sound correctly, you are not calling to an external deity. You are activating the principle of manifestation within your own consciousness. You are tuning to the frequency of pure becoming. Jewish tradition holds that the correct pronunciation was lost when the Second Temple was destroyed in 70 CE. Only the high priest knew the proper vocalization, and he would speak it once per year on Yom Kippur in the Holy of Holies, the innermost sanctuary of the temple. When the temple fell and the priesthood scattered, the pronunciation was deliberately not transmitted, preserved only in obscure mystical traditions, if at all. Today, Jews say Adonai, meaning my Lord. Whenever they encounter YHVH in text, they do not attempt the original sound, but the letters themselves carry power independent of vocalization. Each letter is a frequency, a specific vibration in consciousness. Yod, the first letter, has a numerical value of 10, representing the 10 Sephirot, the completeness of manifest creation condensed into a single point. This is the starting point, the initial impulse, the first contraction of infinite potential into finite form. Yod is the seed that contains the entire tree. Hey, the second letter, has a numerical value of 5, representing the 5 levels of soul in Jewish mysticism and the 5 fingers that grasp and create. Hey is the letter of breath, of ruach, spirit moving through matter. When you breathe consciously, you are activating Hey, circulating life force through your physical form. The letter shape resembles a doorway, an opening, which is precisely its function. It opens channels for energy to flow from potential into manifestation. Vav, the third letter, has a numerical value of 6, representing the 6 directions of physical space and the 6 days of creation. Vav literally means hook or connector. Its shape is a vertical line, representing the axis that connects above and below, spirit and matter, thought and form. Vav is the mechanism of manifestation, the bridge across which consciousness travels to become physical reality. Without Vav, heaven and earth remain separate. With Vav, they unite. The name ends with another Hey, creating a structure of Yod Hey Vav Hai. The pattern is point of origin, opening outward, connection downward, opening for return. This describes the complete cycle of manifestation. Energy concentrates in Yod, expands through Hey, descends through Vav, and returns through the final Hey. The name is not a static sound, but a dynamic process, the blueprint of how unmanifest potential becomes manifest reality, and then returns to source, carrying the experience gained through manifestation. The total numerical value of YHVH is 26, which is also the value of the Hebrew word ahava, love. The name of God equals love. This is not poetic coincidence, but encoded teaching. The fundamental frequency of existence, the principle of becoming itself, is love, meaning attraction, connection, union. Reality is driven by the impulse toward unity, toward wholeness, toward integration. When you align with this impulse, you align with the core creative force of the universe. Kabbalistic tradition teaches that there are multiple pronunciations of the divine name, each associated with different levels of reality and different sephirot. The pronunciation changes the frequency, targeting different aspects of consciousness. One pronunciation elevates consciousness toward Keter, pure potential. Another grounds energy into Malkut, physical manifestation. Another balances between Chesed and Gevurah, between expansion and contraction. The name is not a single key, but a master key ring, capable of opening different locks depending on how it is turned. Modern mystics and occultists have proposed various pronunciations: Yahweh, Jehovah, Yahweh, each claiming to have recovered the lost sound. But the truth may be that there is no single correct pronunciation, because the name was never meant to be spoken as a word, but experienced as a meditation, a contemplation of the principle of becoming. The letters are visual symbols and numerical codes, as much as phonetic indicators. Meditating on the letters themselves, without attempting vocalization, may be more powerful than any proposed pronunciation. Research in cymatics, the study of visible sound, shows that different frequencies create different geometric patterns. Sound literally shapes matter. When you vocalize specific tones, you create vibrational patterns that organize energy. The Hebrew alphabet was designed with this knowledge. Each letter corresponds to a specific sound frequency that produces measurable effects on consciousness. Chanting Hebrew prayers is not symbolic worship, but applied vibrational technology using sound to entrain consciousness to specific frequencies. The practice of meditating on divine names is central to Kabbalistic training. You visualize the letters, contemplate their meanings, chant associated sounds, and allow the vibration to permeate your consciousness. This is not asking God for favors. This is using the names as tuning forks, as calibration tools that adjust your frequency to match specific qualities of divine consciousness. When you meditate on the name associated with abundance, you are tuning your consciousness to the frequency of abundance. The practice works through resonance, not through supernatural intervention. The Tetragrammaton is considered the most powerful of all divine names, but it is not the only one. Jewish tradition teaches 72 names of God, each a three-letter combination extracted from a specific verse in Exodus that describes the parting of the Red Sea. Each of these names addresses a specific need, solves a particular problem, or opens a distinct channel. One name is for removing ego, another for healing, another for protection, another for finding lost things. These are not prayers, but codes, specific frequencies that activate specific changes in consciousness. The practice of using divine names for manifestation has been systematized in various ways. One method involves writing the name on parchment in red ink, meditating on it while holding specific intentions, then carrying it as a talisman. Another involves chanting the name a specific number of times while visualizing desired outcomes. Another involves contemplating the letters during ritual purification. The specifics matter less than the understanding that you are working with vibrational technology, using sound and symbol to program consciousness. There is a particular meditation on YHVH designed specifically for prosperity. You visualize the 4 letters suspended in space before you, radiating light. You contemplate Yod as the seed of abundance, infinite potential, concentrated in a single point. You contemplate the first Hey as the opening through which abundance flows from potential into your awareness. You contemplate Vav as the channel connecting universal abundance to your personal circumstance. You contemplate the final Hey as the opening through which you receive, the doorway through which manifestation enters your physical reality. You breathe deeply, inhaling the energy of the name, exhaling any blockage to receiving. You continue until you feel shift in your energetic state, a sense of opening, of possibility, of alignment with flow. This meditation works not because God grants your request, but because you have consciously aligned your frequency with the principle of becoming. You have activated the part of your consciousness that causes existence to emerge from potential. You have tuned to the channel where abundance already exists, and you have opened yourself to receive it. The name is the technology. The meditation is the practice. The shift in consciousness is the mechanism. The manifestation is the result. But there is danger in this work, which is why the tradition guards it carefully. When you activate powerful frequencies without proper preparation, without sufficient grounding, without ethical foundation, you can destabilize your consciousness. People have driven themselves into psychosis attempting advanced practices prematurely. This is not metaphorical danger. This is the same risk as trying to channel high voltage through inadequate wiring. You will burn out. Jewish practice builds safeguards. You must first master ethical living, the Hesed Gevura balance. You must establish stable community relationships. You must ground yourself in family, in work, in physical reality. You must develop intellectual rigor through Torah study. You must cultivate emotional stability through prayer and ritual. Only after years of this foundation do traditional teachers introduce meditation on divine names. The foundation ensures that when you access power, you can handle it without fragmenting. Most people attempting mystical practices skip the foundation. They want the power without the discipline, the results without the preparation, the enlightenment without the work. This is catastrophically foolish. It is like trying to lift 500 pounds without first building the musculature. You will injure yourself. The injury may not be physical, but psychological damage from premature mystical experience can be far worse and far harder to heal than a torn muscle. If you choose to work with the divine name, start simply. Begin with just visualizing the letters, not attempting to pronounce or chant. Sit in meditation, close your eyes, and imagine the Hebrew letters Yod-He, Vav-He appearing before you. You can find images of the letters easily online. Familiarize yourself with their shapes. See them clearly in your mind's eye. Notice what you feel as you contemplate them. Any resistance, any discomfort, any unusual sensations are feedback. Do not push. Back off when you feel uncomfortable. Build gradually. After weeks or months of simple visualization, you can begin contemplating the meanings. As you visualize Yod, think about seeds, about potential, about beginnings. As you see He, think about openings, about breath, about flow. As you visualize Vav, think about connection, about bridges, about pathways. As you see the final He, think about receiving, about doors opening, about manifestation completing. Let these associations saturate your meditation without forcing anything. You are creating neural pathways, training your consciousness to recognize and work with these principles. Only after this foundation is solid should you attempt any vocalization. And when you do, start with the simplest approach. Vibrate each letter as a single sound. Yod becomes Yod. He becomes Hai. Vav becomes Vav. Chant each slowly, feeling the vibration in your body. Notice where each sound resonates. Yod may resonate in your head, He in your chest, Vav in your abdomen. The sensations are data. They tell you how these frequencies affect your system. Over time, you will learn to use them intentionally, directing energy where needed. The tradition also teaches permutations of the name, rearranging the letters in different sequences to access different qualities. This is advanced practice not appropriate for beginners, but it demonstrates the sophistication of the system. The name is not a rigid formula, but a flexible code that can be reconfigured like computer programming. Each permutation accesses different subroutines in the operating system of consciousness. Masters learn dozens of permutations, deploying each for specific purposes. There is a particular permutation for attracting prosperity, where the letters are rearranged in a sequence that emphasizes the flow from potential to manifestation, from Keter to Malchut. Meditating on this permutation while holding clear intention about financial goals has been reported by practitioners as remarkably effective. But effectiveness comes not from magic, but from the psychological impact of clearly defined intention, combined with regular practice that reinforces belief in the possibility of achievement. The name also appears in combinations with other words to form longer formulas. One traditional blessing before engaging in commerce includes the tetragrammaton combined with words for blessing, success, and abundance. The formula is repeated 3 times before beginning business activity, programming consciousness for positive outcomes. Merchants who practice this report that negotiations go more smoothly, that intuition about deals becomes sharper, that opportunities appear more frequently. Whether this is divine intervention or self-fulfilling prophecy matters less than that it works. Understanding the name also illuminates why the Sabbath is so powerful. The word Shabbat has the same numerical value as one of the permutations of the divine name. When you observe Shabbat, you are literally embodying the name, becoming a living expression of the principle of cessation that allows creation to complete. The practice and the name are unified. This is why Shabbat is called a sign of the covenant, a tangible expression of the relationship between human consciousness and the source of all becoming. The deeper you study the name, the more you realize it is not a word but a key, not a sound but a technology, not a prayer but a program. It encodes the process by which consciousness manifests reality. It describes the architecture of creation. It provides the formula for transformation, and it is available to anyone willing to do the work of learning its frequencies, practicing its meditations, and integrating its principles into lived experience. Jewish prosperity has many sources, but one of them is undoubtedly this: a culture that has preserved and practiced the technology of divine names for thousands of years. The practice operates whether conscious or not. When millions of people for dozens of generations have vibrated these frequencies in prayer, in study, in ritual, those frequencies become embedded in the collective field. Children absorb them before they can speak. The sounds shape consciousness from earliest development. The programming runs deep. For non-Jews seeking to benefit from this technology, the question is whether it is appropriate to use names from a tradition you are not part of. Some argue that appropriation is disrespectful, that these are sacred to a specific people and should remain their exclusive property. Others argue that truth is universal, that technology works regardless of who uses it, that knowledge should be freely available. This book takes the middle position. The technology can be learned and applied by anyone, but it should be approached with respect, with proper study, with acknowledgement of its source, and with ethical foundation. Do not treat divine names as magic spells you can chant for instant results. Do not approach them casually or experimentally without commitment to understanding. Do study their meanings, practice their meditations systematically, integrate their principles into your life, and give credit to the tradition that preserved them. If you do this work properly, the names will work for you as they have worked for Jews for millennia. If you approach carelessly, at best, nothing will happen. At worst, you will destabilize yourself. The cosmic trigger encoded in the divine name is this: specific sound frequencies interact with consciousness in measurable ways. The tetragrammaton is the master frequency, the sound of pure becoming, the vibration of manifestation itself. When you learn to vibrate at this frequency, you align with the fundamental creative force of reality. You become not someone who asks for abundance, but someone who generates it, not someone who hopes for success, but someone who manifests it, not someone who prays for transformation, but someone who embodies it. The next chapter will reveal how this principle of vibration and frequency extends beyond names into daily rituals, how every action prescribed by Jewish law functions as frequency calibration, how the totality of practice creates a life lived in constant resonance with prosperity consciousness. But everything that follows builds on this foundation. Sound shapes consciousness. Consciousness shapes reality, and specific sounds shape reality in specific ways. Master the sounds, and you master manifestation. Chapter 7. Diaspora Mentality. From survival to supremacy. There is a counterintuitive principle operating in Jewish history that reveals something profound about how adversity shapes consciousness. The peoples who lived in comfort, who held land securely for centuries, who faced minimal existential threat, have largely vanished or stagnated. The Egyptians who built pyramids are now tourists in their own land. The Greeks who invented philosophy are a fraction of their former influence. The Romans who conquered the world left ruins and language, but little else. Meanwhile, the Jews, who were expelled from their homeland, scattered across hostile nations, forbidden from owning land, restricted from most professions, and subjected to repeated attempts at annihilation, not only survived, but thrived beyond all proportion to their numbers. This is the paradox of persecution. It should have destroyed them. Instead, it forged them into the most resilient, adaptable, and ultimately prosperous civilization in human history. The question is not whether this happened, but how. What psychological, cultural, and practical adaptations did chronic insecurity create? What advantages could possibly emerge from having no guaranteed home, no inherited land, no stable protection? The answer transforms how we understand the relationship between security and success. The first adaptation was portable wealth. When you can be expelled at any moment, when your property can be confiscated, when your land can be seized, you learn not to invest in anything immovable. Physical assets become liabilities. The farmer who owns land is tied to that land. If he must flee, he loses everything. The merchant whose wealth exists in knowledge, relationships, and portable goods can relocate and rebuild. Jews were systematically pushed out of agriculture and into commerce, banking, and intellectual professions. This seemed like oppression. It was actually evolutionary pressure selecting for the most valuable forms of wealth. Education became the ultimate portable wealth. You can seize someone's house, but you cannot seize what they know. You can confiscate their gold, but you cannot confiscate their skills. A Torah scholar forced to flee arrives in a new city, penniless, but not valueless. He can immediately contribute to the community through teaching, through serving as religious authority, through his intellectual capital. This is why Jewish culture made literacy universal centuries before most societies, why education was compulsory for boys regardless of economic status, why study was considered the highest virtue. It was not abstract idealism. It was practical survival strategy. The emphasis on multiple languages emerged from the same pressure. Jews living in the Roman Empire spoke Hebrew for religious study, Aramaic for daily commerce, Greek for wider communication, and often Latin for legal matters. Jews in medieval Europe spoke Hebrew, Yiddish, the local vernacular, and often several trade languages. Modern Jews frequently speak 3, 4, 5 languages fluently. This polyglot capacity is not genetic talent. It is trained necessity. When you must be ready to relocate across linguistic boundaries, when your survival may depend on rapidly integrating into a new culture, multilingualism is not optional luxury, but critical skill. The ability to read social environments and adapt quickly became highly refined. When you are a permanent minority, when your security depends on remaining valuable to the majority culture without threatening it, you develop extraordinary sensitivity to social dynamics. You learn to read power structures, to identify who actually makes decisions, to understand unstated rules. You develop the ability to be simultaneously part of the culture and apart from it, integrated but distinct. This dual consciousness, this ability to code switch, to navigate between worlds, is enormously valuable in business, diplomacy, and any field requiring social sophistication. Network effects became survival mechanisms. When your extended family might be scattered across continents, when you might need to flee to a city where you know no one, having a community that will take you in becomes life or death. Jewish communities developed elaborate systems of mutual aid. Letters of introduction carried weight. Family connections opened doors. A Jew arriving in a new city would go to the synagogue, present credentials, and immediately connect to the local network. This was not abstract charity. This was insurance. You helped strangers because your children might be strangers elsewhere someday. These networks created tremendous business advantages. Trust is expensive to establish. Verification is costly. Legal enforcement is uncertain. When you can do business with someone based on community reputation, when you know that cheating will result in exclusion from the entire network, transaction costs plummet. Jewish merchants could make deals across vast distances on handshake agreements because everyone knew that reputation was more valuable than any single transaction. Break your word, and you lose access to the network. Keep your word even at personal cost, and opportunities flow to you. The inability to own land in most of Europe pushed Jews into finance and commerce, fields that the Christian majority considered sinful or beneath them. Christians were forbidden from charging interest to other Christians, creating a vacuum in lending that Jews filled. This seemed like relegation to a despised profession. It was actually positioning in the most leveraged sector of the economy. The farmer creates value through physical labor. The merchant creates value through arbitrage and logistics. The banker creates value through capital allocation and risk assessment. Each level provides more leverage. The farmer's income is linear. The banker's income is exponential. Jews became specialists in handling other people's money, in assessing creditworthiness, in structuring deals, in managing risk. These are precisely the skills that create wealth in modern economies. When industrialization arrived, when capital became more valuable than land, when financial sophistication mattered more than hereditary titles, the Jews who had been forced into finance for centuries suddenly had centuries of accumulated expertise that the landed gentry lacked. The persecution that pushed them into finance positioned them perfectly for the economic transformation of modernity. The same pattern occurred in entertainment and media. Jews were excluded from many professions, so they entered emerging industries that established powers didn't yet control. In the early 20th century, Hollywood was considered disreputable, far from the respectable theater of New York. Jews who couldn't break into established entertainment created a new form. They founded the studios, developed the distribution systems, created the star system. When movies became the dominant cultural medium, The Jews who built the industry from nothing controlled it. They took what others considered marginal and transformed it into an empire. This pattern repeats across sectors. Jews couldn't get into established banks, so they founded new ones. They couldn't get into traditional academia, so they excelled in emerging fields. They couldn't get into old media, so they dominated new media. The exclusion from established institutions forced innovation, entrepreneurship, and the creation of parallel structures that often surpassed the originals. When you cannot join existing systems, you must build new ones. If you succeed, you don't just participate in the system, you own it. The psychological impact of chronic insecurity also cannot be underestimated. When safety is never guaranteed, when you must always be prepared for displacement, you develop mental toughness that the comfortable never build. You learn to function under pressure. You learn to make decisions with incomplete information. You learn to take calculated risks, because avoiding all risk is itself the greatest risk. You develop resilience because you have no choice. The muscle of recovery grows strong through repeated use. There is also the phenomenon of what psychologists call post-traumatic growth. While trauma certainly damages many people, some individuals and some cultures respond to existential threat by developing capacities they would never have built in comfort. The Holocaust should have broken Jewish civilization. Instead, within a single generation, Israel became a military and technological powerhouse. Holocaust survivors and their children founded companies, won Nobel Prizes, made groundbreaking discoveries. The trauma did not destroy them. It revealed reserves of strength that would have remained dormant in easier circumstances. The constant existential threat also created a bias toward action over theorizing, toward practical results over abstract speculation. Talmudic study is intensely intellectual, but it is always in service of determining how to act, what the law requires, what behavior is mandated. Jewish philosophy tends toward the pragmatic. What works? What produces results? What can be implemented? There is less patience for pure abstraction divorced from application. This practical orientation, this insistence on connecting thought to action, is extraordinarily valuable in business and innovation. The experience of being permanent outsiders also created comfort with disruption. Established societies fear change because they have much to lose. Outsiders with little to lose and much to gain embrace change. Jews historically supported progressive movements, revolutionary ideas, technological innovations, anything that might disrupt the status quo that excluded them. This affinity for disruption positioned them at the forefront of every major transformation, from the scientific revolution to the industrial revolution to the digital revolution. They surfed waves of change that drowned others because they had learned to see change as opportunity rather than threat. The prohibition on graven images, the commandment against visual representation of the divine, had an unexpected cognitive consequence. While Christian and Islamic cultures developed rich traditions of religious art, visual representation of sacred concepts, Jewish culture channeled that energy into abstraction. You cannot draw God, so you contemplate God through words, through concepts, through mathematical relationships. This trained abstract thinking, the ability to work with symbols and patterns rather than concrete representations, this cognitive style proved extraordinarily valuable in fields like theoretical physics, mathematics, and finance, all of which require comfort with abstraction. The practice of arguing multiple sides of every question, central to Talmudic study, created a culture that values debate, disagreement, and intellectual combat. In many cultures, disagreement is seen as disrespectful or dangerous. In Jewish culture, Vigorous argument is a form of respect, a way of taking ideas seriously enough to challenge them. This creates an environment where bad ideas get filtered out quickly, where assumptions get tested, where groupthink is harder to maintain. The culture of argument is actually a quality control mechanism for thought. The minority status also forced the development of excellence. When you are 10 times less numerous than the competition, you cannot succeed by being equally good. You must be dramatically better. Mediocrity is not an option. This creates intense pressure, but also eliminates the comfortable middle where most people settle. Jewish culture pushes toward extremes. Either you excel or you fail. Either you master your field or you are not competitive. This is brutal, but effective. The distribution of outcomes is bimodal rather than normal. Fewer people in the middle, more at the extremes, and the extreme successes more than compensate for the failures. The combination of high literacy, emphasis on education, culture of debate, comfort with abstraction, bias toward action, tolerance for risk, and network effects created a cognitive and social environment that produced extraordinary results. But none of these advantages were chosen. They were forced by circumstance. The Jews did not decide to become excellent at portable skills. They were forbidden from alternatives. They did not choose to develop strong networks. They needed them to survive. They did not select for risk tolerance. Those who could not tolerate risk and adapt quickly did not survive to pass on their genes and culture. This is the dark reality underlying Jewish success. It is built on centuries of death. Every advantage came at horrific cost. The survivors are the ones who adapted, who developed these capacities, who transmitted them to their children. This is not celebration, but recognition of a brutal selection process. The question for non-Jews is not how to replicate the persecution, which is obviously both impossible and undesirable, but how to voluntarily develop the adaptations that persecution forced. You can choose to invest in portable wealth without being expelled. You can prioritize education without having your property seized. You can build strong networks without needing them for survival. You can develop language skills without fleeing across borders. You can cultivate adaptability without existential threat. The key is understanding that these capacities require deliberate effort. They do not develop automatically in comfort. Comfort breeds complacency. You must consciously choose the harder path. Practice voluntary displacement. Don't stay in one place your entire life. Move cities, move countries. Put yourself in situations where you must adapt to new environments. This trains the muscles of adaptation. Learn new languages not because you need them, but because the process of learning rewires your brain, increases cognitive flexibility, and prepares you for future changes you cannot predict. Build networks not just locally, but across geographies, across industries, across cultures. Diversify your social capital as you would diversify financial capital. Invest primarily in skills and knowledge rather than fixed assets. Real estate and physical goods have their place, but the core of your wealth should be in capabilities that you carry with you. What can you do that creates value regardless of where you are? What knowledge do you possess that others need? What skills can you deploy in any market? Build these systematically. They are the assets that cannot be seized, that appreciate rather than depreciate, that open doors rather than tie you down. Develop comfort with being an outsider. Don't seek to fit in so completely that you lose distinctiveness. Maintain enough separation to see opportunities that insiders miss, to question assumptions that insiders accept, to move when insiders stay stuck. This does not mean alienation or isolation. It means strategic positioning, being in the culture but not entirely of it, participating but maintaining perspective. This is the position from which innovation emerges. Cultivate intellectual combat. Seek out people who disagree with you and engage them seriously. Don't surround yourself only with those who confirm your beliefs. Test your ideas against the strongest possible objections. Argue positions you don't hold to understand them fully. This sharpens thinking, reveals blind spots, and prevents the comfortable delusion that you already know everything important. The goal is not to win arguments, but to find truth, which requires genuine engagement with competing perspectives. Practice calculated risk-taking. Most people dramatically overestimate the danger of failure and underestimate the cost of playing it safe. The comfortable middle is actually the most dangerous position because you have something to lose but not enough to be secure. Better to risk much for the possibility of major success than to risk little for guaranteed mediocrity. This does not mean recklessness. It means rigorous assessment of downside risk, protection of essentials, and bold action within calculated parameters. Build institutional alternatives rather than fighting for inclusion in existing institutions. If you cannot get into the club, build a better club. If the industry excludes you, create a new industry. If the establishment ignores you, establish yourself. This is harder than gaining admission to existing structures, but when you succeed, you own the structure rather than merely participating in it. The greatest wealth comes not from being employed by institutions, but from building institutions that employ others. Study failure as intensely as you study success. Everyone who achieves greatly fails repeatedly. The difference is in how they process failure. Do they collapse, or do they extract lessons and adjust? Do they personalize failure as evidence of unworthiness, or do they treat it as expensive education? Failure is only truly failure if you learn nothing. Otherwise, it is simply part of the iterative process of finding what works. The Jews who succeeded failed many times. The culture that supported them through failure enabled eventual success. Maintain dual consciousness. Be fully present in your current context, while simultaneously maintaining awareness that this context is temporary, that circumstances will change, that you must be prepared for transformation. This prevents both complacency in good times and despair in bad times. Everything is temporary. When things are going well, prepare for challenges. When things are going badly, remember this will pass. This oscillation between engagement and detachment is difficult, but essential. The ultimate lesson of Jewish history is that adversity can be alchemy. It can transmute suffering into strength, persecution into positioning, insecurity into innovation. But this transformation is not automatic. It requires conscious choice to extract advantage from disadvantage, to build on what persecution forced rather than being broken by it. Not everyone makes this choice. Many individuals and cultures collapsed under pressures far less severe than what Jews endured. The ones who survived and thrived were the ones who refused to be victims, who insisted on agency even when agency seemed impossible. This is the mentality that must be cultivated. Not victimhood, but agency. Not entitlement to security, but commitment to building security through capability. Not dependence on stable circumstances, but development of capacities that transcend circumstances. This is not natural. It is not easy. It is not comfortable, but it is the mentality that transforms adversity from disaster into competitive advantage. The cosmic trigger encoded in diaspora mentality is this: true security comes not from stable external circumstances, but from internal capacities that function regardless of circumstances. The more you depend on favorable conditions, the more vulnerable you are. The more you develop portable skills, adaptable thinking, strong networks, and resilient psychology, the more anti-fragile you become. You don't just survive disruption, you gain from it. This is not about becoming Jewish. This is about internalizing the lessons that Jewish history teaches at such brutal cost. Learn from their experience without having to repeat it. The next chapter will explore how these psychological and cultural patterns get reinforced through daily rituals, how the abstract principles discussed so far get anchored into lived experience through repeated practices that program consciousness at the level of habit and reflex. But everything that follows builds on this foundation. That consciousness, shaped by adversity, properly processed, becomes consciousness optimized for prosperity. The question is whether you will wait for adversity to force adaptation, or whether you will choose to develop these capacities proactively. Chapter 8. Daily Rituals. Anchoring the abundant theory without practice is philosophy. Practice without theory is superstition. What transforms Jewish prosperity from abstract principle into lived reality is the intricate system of daily rituals that anchor consciousness in specific frequencies every single day. These are not occasional practices performed when inspiration strikes. These are non-negotiable disciplines executed regardless of mood, circumstance, or convenience. They are the operating system running in the background of Jewish life, programming consciousness through repetition until abundance thinking becomes autonomic. The day begins before it begins. Observant Jews wake, and before their feet touch the ground, before they speak to anyone or check their phone, they recite a prayer called motivational. The words translate as, "I give thanks before you, living and eternal King, for you have mercifully restored my soul within me. Great is your faithfulness." This is not asking for anything. This is not petitioning for help. This is declaring gratitude for simply being alive, for consciousness itself, before any assessment of circumstances. You have not yet looked at your bank account, checked your email, or remembered your problems. You are training your first conscious thought of each day to be gratitude rather than anxiety. The psychological impact is profound. Most people wake to worry. What do I have to do today? What problems am I facing? What am I behind on? The nervous system activates stress response before you leave bed. You begin the day in deficit consciousness, in the frequency of lack and overwhelm. Motivational interrupts this pattern. It forces gratitude before assessment, appreciation before evaluation, sufficiency consciousness before engaging with circumstances. Do this every single day for years, and you reprogram your default state. Your baseline shifts from anxiety to gratitude, from lack to appreciation. After rising, there is ritual hand-washing called netilat yadayim, accompanied by a blessing. You pour water over each hand alternately, right then, left, 3 times. This is not about hygiene, though hygiene is a side benefit. This is about purification, about transitioning from the unconscious state of sleep to the conscious state of waking. You are marking the boundary, creating a threshold, declaring that you are now entering active manifestation mode. The blessing acknowledges that even this simple act, washing hands, is a sacred opportunity to align with divine instruction. The morning continues with a series of blessings called Birkot HaShachar, blessings of the dawn. There are approximately 15 short blessings covering basic life functions. One blessing for the ability to distinguish day from night. One for the ground being firm beneath your feet. One for the body functioning properly. One for being clothed. One for having strength. Each blessing directs attention to something most people take completely for granted. You are training your consciousness to notice and appreciate the infrastructure of existence that makes everything else possible. This is gratitude practice, systematized and made mandatory. Modern psychology has demonstrated that gratitude is one of the most powerful interventions for happiness, resilience, and even physical health. People who keep gratitude journals report better sleep, fewer symptoms of illness, more progress toward goals, greater optimism, and more positive emotions. Jewish practice embedded this in daily ritual thousands of years before positive psychology proved its effectiveness. You don't wait until you feel grateful. You practice gratitude as discipline, and the feeling follows the practice. After the dawn blessings comes the morning prayer service called shacharit. This can be done privately, but is preferably done in community with a minyan, a quorum of 10 adult Jews. The service includes recitation of psalms, the Shema declaration of divine unity, and the Amidah, the standing prayer that is the core of Jewish liturgy. The Amidah consists of 19 blessings covering praise, petition, and gratitude. You begin with praise, acknowledging the nature of the divine. You transition to petition, requesting specific needs. You conclude with gratitude, thanking for what you have and will receive. The structure is deliberate. You do not start with asking. You start with recognition of source. You align with the frequency of abundance and power before making requests. This prevents desperation consciousness, the energy of begging from perceived lack. When you begin with praise, you are declaring that you are addressing infinite abundance. When you then make requests from that frame, you are not begging but claiming inheritance. You are not pleading but partnering. The psychological distinction is enormous. The Shema, recited twice daily, contains 3 paragraphs from Torah. The first declares divine unity and commands love of God with all your heart, soul, and might. The second promises reward for obedience and consequences for disobedience, specifically rain for crops and prosperity for following commandments. The third instructs wearing tzitzit, fringes on garments, as reminder of all commandments. The entire declaration is about alignment, about making divine will conscious, about remembering that you are part of a system and that thriving requires cooperation with that system's principles. The twice-daily recitation of these words programs them deep into consciousness. You are not just reading them occasionally. You are speaking them out loud, hearing your own voice declare them, imprinting them through multiple sensory channels. Repetition creates neural pathways. What you repeat daily becomes part of your operating system. After years of declaring divine unity twice per day, the sense of separation from Source dissolves. You internalize that you are not isolated but connected, not independent but interdependent, not struggling alone but working with infinite intelligence. Between morning and evening prayers, observant Jews wear a talit, prayer shawl, during morning services, and some wear tzitzit, fringed garments, throughout the day. The fringes are physical reminders of commandments, visible cues that trigger remembrance of principles. This is behavioral design. Your environment shapes your behavior. By placing reminders in your physical environment, You create prompts that redirect attention. Every time you see or touch the fringes, you remember your commitments, your values, your alignment. This prevents drift, the gradual slide into unconsciousness that happens when nothing in your environment reminds you of what matters. Many observant men also wear tefillin, small black boxes containing Torah verses bound to the arm and head, with leather straps during weekday morning prayers. The arm tefillin is positioned near the heart. The head tefillin sits above the forehead between the eyes. This is anchoring the words physically on the body, placing them at the locations associated with emotion and thought. You are literally binding divine instruction to your heart and mind. The practice is strange to modern sensibilities, but the principle is sound. Physical anchors affect consciousness. What you place on your body influences what you hold in awareness. Throughout the day, blessings are recited before and after eating, before performing various activities, upon seeing natural wonders. There are blessings for bread, wine, fruit, vegetables, other foods. There are blessings before Torah study, before performing commandments, before traveling. There are blessings upon seeing lightning, hearing thunder, seeing the ocean, seeing beautiful trees, seeing unusual people. Everything becomes an opportunity to pause, to acknowledge, to connect the mundane to the sacred. This is mindfulness training built into every activity. The effect is to make every moment potentially holy, every action potentially sacred. Nothing is merely mundane. Eating is not just consuming calories. It is acknowledging that life sustains life, that energy transfers from one form to another, that you are participating in the circulation of vitality. Working is not just earning money. It is manifesting creative potential into physical form. Traveling is not just moving through space. It is recognizing that the ability to traverse distance is a gift. This constant elevation of ordinary acts into conscious practices transforms your entire relationship with existence. Before eating bread, Jews wash hands ritually and recite a blessing. Then they recite hamotzi, a blessing over bread that acknowledges God as the source who brings forth bread from the earth. After meals, there is Birkat Hamazon, grace after meals, which includes thanksgiving for the food, for the land, for sustenance, and petitions for continued provision. You are bookending the act of eating with gratitude and acknowledgement of source. This prevents unconscious consumption, the mindless eating that characterizes modern culture. You are required to pause, to be present, to consciously receive before consuming. The afternoon prayer, mincha, is brief, consisting primarily of the Amidah. It interrupts the workday, forcing a pause in the middle of activity to realign, to reconnect, to remember that productivity is not the only value. This is similar to the Sabbath principle operating at micro scale. You stop doing, you recenter, you return to doing from a refreshed state. The pause improves performance by preventing the burnout that comes from continuous striving without integration. The evening prayer, Mariv, marks the transition from day to night. It includes the evening Shema, reaffirming divine unity before sleep, and prayers acknowledging the darkness, the mystery, the unseen dimensions of existence. You are honoring both light and dark, both knowing and not knowing, both action and rest. This prevents the modern tendency to resist darkness, to fill every moment with light and noise and activity, to treat rest as weakness. The practice teaches that darkness is necessary, that the unseen is where transformation occurs, that night is as sacred as day. Before sleep, there is a bedtime ritual called Kriyat Shema al-Hamita, recitation of the Shema at bedside. You review your day, confess shortcomings, forgive those who wronged you, and surrender yourself to divine protection through the night. This is psychological hygiene, clearing accumulated tension and resentment before sleep, so it doesn't infiltrate dreams and poison the subconscious. You are also programming the subconscious during the transition into sleep, the hypnagogic state when the mind is most receptive, with words of unity, trust, and surrender. The cumulative effect of these daily practices is staggering. You begin the day with gratitude. You acknowledge basic functions with appreciation. You pray morning prayers that align you with Source. You wear physical reminders of principles. You bless food consciously. You interrupt your day for afternoon prayer. You transition to evening with acknowledgement of darkness. You end the day with confession, forgiveness, and trust. This is not occasional spiritual practice. This is systematic consciousness programming, executed daily for a lifetime. The practices are also communal. Prayer is preferably done in community. Blessings are often recited aloud where others hear. Sabbath meals are shared. Holidays are celebrated collectively. This creates accountability and reinforcement. Your practice is not private hobby, but public commitment. Others witness your observance, support your adherence. Notice when you slip. The community holds the standard when individual motivation wanes. This is crucial because discipline fails when it depends solely on personal willpower. Successful systems rely on structure, on environment, on community, not on constant individual heroic effort. The home itself becomes a ritual space. The mezuzah, a small case containing Torah verses, is affixed to doorposts throughout the house. Every time you pass through a doorway, you have the opportunity to touch it and remember. Some people kiss their fingers, then touch the mezuzah, creating a micro-ritual of acknowledgement dozens of times per day. Your home is not neutral space. It is programmed environment, filled with prompts that redirect attention toward principles. The weekly rhythm reinforces the daily rhythm. Sabbath provides complete cessation. Holidays punctuate the year with celebrations, fasts, commemorations. Each holiday has specific rituals, foods, themes. Rosh Hashanah is for new beginnings and judgment. Yom Kippur is for atonement and purification. Sukkot is for gratitude and temporary dwelling. Passover is for liberation and spring renewal. Shavuot is for receiving Torah and first fruits. Each holiday reprograms consciousness with specific themes, using ritual to imprint meaning deeper than intellectual understanding. For non-Jews seeking to gain the benefits of this system, the question is how to create equivalent practices without appropriating Jewish ritual. The answer is to extract the principles and design your own rituals that honor the same functions. Start with morning gratitude. Before you engage with the day, before you check your phone, speak 3 things you're grateful for. Make it verbal, not just mental. Hear your own voice declare gratitude. Thus, this shifts your physiology, priming positive emotional state. Create transition rituals between activities. Before eating, pause for 5 seconds of appreciation. Before beginning work, take 3 conscious breaths and set intention. Before sleep, review your day and release it. These micro-practices accumulate. 10 seconds here, 20 seconds there. Repeated daily for years. Reprogram your default state. You are choosing how you enter and exit activities rather than flowing unconsciously from one thing to the next. Establish environment prompts. Place visible reminders of your values where you will encounter them regularly. A word on your mirror, an object on your desk, a note on your door. These function like mezuzah and tzitzit, calling attention back to what matters. Without environmental prompts, consciousness drifts. You forget your commitments, your principles, your intentions. Physical reminders stabilize awareness, build weekly rhythms, not just daily practices. Designate one day for complete rest from productivity. It doesn't have to be Saturday, but it should be consistent. Designate monthly reviews where you assess progress, adjust course, and reconnect with larger purpose. Designate annual retreats for deeper reflection. The nested rhythms create stability. Daily practices keep you aligned day to day. Weekly rhythms prevent drift week to week. Monthly reviews ensure you're moving in the right direction. Annual retreats reconnect you with core vision. Practice gratitude systematically, not randomly. Don't wait until you feel grateful. Schedule it. Morning and evening, minimum. Speak it aloud. Be specific. Not just I'm grateful, but I'm grateful for this specific thing because it provides this specific value. The specificity trains your attention to notice. The verbalization creates neurological impact. The repetition makes it automatic. After months of forced gratitude practice, genuine gratitude emerges spontaneously because you have trained your brain to look for what is working rather than what is broken. Use physical anchors for abstract principles. If you want to remember to stay present, wear a specific bracelet. If you want to remember to speak truthfully, carry a stone in your pocket. The physical object becomes associated with the principle through repetition. Eventually, touching the object triggers the state. This is classical conditioning applied to consciousness. You are Pavlov and the dog simultaneously, training yourself to respond to cues you deliberately install. Create bedtime rituals that clear the day. Review what happened. Acknowledge what you did well. Note what you will improve. Forgive yourself and others. Release it all. This prevents rumination, the replaying of events that disturb sleep and reinforces negative patterns. You are consciously choosing to end the day, to declare it complete, to surrender to rest. This trains the ability to let go, to trust, to release control. This ability generalizes beyond sleep. You learn to finish things, to complete cycles, to move on rather than clinging. The deeper principle underlying all these practices is that consciousness follows attention, and attention follows prompt. You do not have infinite willpower to maintain awareness of what matters. You need external structure to redirect attention repeatedly until the redirection becomes automatic. Jewish ritual provides that structure. You can create equivalent structure using different forms. The specific forms matter less than the consistency and the principles they encode. Most people live on autopilot, reacting to stimuli, driven by habit, unconscious of the programs running their behavior. They intend to be different, to improve, to change. But intention without structure fails. The moment stress appears, they revert to default patterns. Ritual overrides default patterns by installing new ones. You practice the desired state so frequently that it becomes the new default. This is not motivational thinking. This is behavioral engineering. Jewish prosperity is inseparable from Jewish practice. The practices program prosperity consciousness. The consciousness produces prosperity behavior. The behavior generates prosperity results. You cannot separate the elements. When Jews stop practicing, even partially, prosperity often diminishes in subsequent generations. The practices are not optional add-ons. They are the mechanism. Remove the mechanism and the results stop appearing. This is why secular Jews who dismiss ritual as superstition often discover that their children assimilate completely and lose Jewish identity. The practices carry the culture carries the values produce the results. When you remove practices, you break the transmission chain. Within a few generations, the culture dissolves. The practices seem like burden, but they are actually the infrastructure that maintains everything else. For anyone seeking prosperity, regardless of background, the lesson is clear. Install daily practices that program prosperity consciousness. Make them non-negotiable. Execute them regardless of mood. Let structure carry you when motivation fails. Design your environment to prompt the behaviors you want. Create physical reminders that redirect attention. Build rhythms at multiple time scales. Do this consistently for years, and you will transform not through heroic willpower, but through systematic conditioning. The cosmic trigger encoded in daily ritual is this. Consciousness is programmable. Behavior follows consciousness. Results follow behavior. And programming happens through repetition. You become what you practice consistently. Jews practice gratitude daily, so they develop grateful consciousness. They practice connection to Source daily, so they experience supported rather than isolated. They practice conscious consumption daily, so they appreciate rather than take for granted. They practice interrupting productivity daily, so they balance doing with being. The practices shape consciousness. Consciousness shapes behavior. Behavior shapes outcomes. This is not magic. This is systematic application of psychological principles refined over millennia. The next chapter will reveal how these practices culminate in a specific form of gratitude that precedes manifestation rather than following it. How Jews are trained to thank before receiving, to celebrate before winning, to act as if the desired outcome has already occurred. This is the ultimate manifestation technology, the secret that makes everything else cohere. But it only works when built on the foundation of daily practice. Occasional peak experiences produce occasional results. Daily disciplines produce consistent transformation. Chapter 9. The gratitude that precedes the miracle. There is a sequence that most people follow when good things happen. First comes the event, the windfall, the success, the blessing. Then comes the emotion, the joy, the relief, the satisfaction. Finally comes gratitude, the acknowledgement that something fortunate occurred. This sequence seems natural, logical, inevitable. It is also completely backwards for manifestation. Jewish practice systematically inverts this order, training people to express gratitude before the miracle occurs, to celebrate before the victory arrives, to give thanks for what they are calling into being rather than what has already materialized. This is not positive thinking or affirmation work, though those may be component parts. This is something far more sophisticated. This is the deliberate manipulation of causality through consciousness, the recognition that gratitude is not response to blessing, but rather blessing is response to gratitude. The sequence actually runs. Gratitude creates the emotional state. The emotional state attracts the conditions manifest the event. Get the sequence right, and you become a deliberate creator. Get it wrong, and you remain a passive recipient of random luck. The practice begins with blessings recited before partaking of anything. Before you eat bread, you bless God, who brings forth bread from the earth. Before you drink wine, you bless God, who creates the fruit of the vine. Before you eat fruit, You bless God who creates the fruit of the tree. You have not yet consumed. You have not yet received the nourishment or pleasure. Yet you are thanking as if the receiving has already happened. You are celebrating the gift before experiencing it. This is training in preemptive gratitude. The Talmud discusses this practice extensively. The rabbis ask, why must we bless before eating rather than after? The answer involves a principle of ownership and permission. Everything belongs to the divine source. When you take something without acknowledgement, you are essentially stealing. When you bless first, you are requesting permission, acknowledging the true owner, expressing gratitude for being allowed to partake. But the deeper principle is about consciousness. Blessing before eating shifts you into receiving mode. You are declaring that you are about to receive, that you expect to receive, that you trust the source will provide what you are acknowledging. This creates a self-fulfilling prophecy at the neurological level. When you express gratitude for something not yet received, your brain begins firing as if you have received it. The neural patterns of gratitude activate regardless of whether the trigger is memory of past receipt or imagination of future receipt. Your nervous system does not distinguish between remembering a meal and anticipating a meal when you bless before eating. Both create the physiology of gratitude, and gratitude physiology is the opposite of stress physiology. You cannot be simultaneously grateful and anxious. The two states are neurologically incompatible. Holidays follow the same pattern. Jewish holidays are not somber commemorations of past events. They are joyous celebrations performed as if the event is happening now. On Passover, you don't remember that your ancestors left Egypt. You enact leaving Egypt yourself. You eat bitter herbs as if you are tasting slavery. You eat matzah as if you are eating the bread of affliction and freedom. You recline as if you are royalty finally free. You tell the story in present tense. We were slaves in Egypt, and God brought us out. Not they, but we. Not then, but now. Sukkot, the Festival of Tabernacles, celebrates the temporary dwellings Israelites lived in during desert wandering. You don't just remember this. You build a sukkah, a temporary structure, and live in it for 7 days. You eat there, sleep there if weather permits, conduct your life there. You are physically enacting instability, dwelling temporarily, experiencing the vulnerability of impermanent shelter, but you do this joyfully, celebrating the protection that sustained your ancestors and sustains you. You are grateful for the temporary dwelling before it has proven sufficient, trusting that it will be enough, just as it was enough then. Shavuot celebrates receiving the Torah at Mount Sinai. You don't commemorate this as historical event. You stay up all night studying Torah as if you are preparing to receive it. You enact standing at the mountain. The liturgy speaks of revelation happening today, not 3,000 years ago. Every year Torah is given again. Every year you receive it anew. This collapses time, making past present, turning history into immediate experience. You are not remembering. You are participating. This pattern extends to life cycle events. At a Jewish wedding, the couple stands under a chuppah, a canopy representing the home they will build. They have not yet built it. They may not even have a place to live. Yet they stand under symbolic representation of the completed home, enacting the future as if it already exists. The 7 blessings recited include blessings for joy, for companionship, for love, for delight. These are not hopes for the future. These are declarations of present reality. gratitude for what is being created in this moment. A baby boy is circumcised on the 8th day and given his Hebrew name. The ceremony includes prayers that this child will grow to Torah, to marriage, to good deeds. You are blessing the future as if it has already unfolded. You are thanking for the man this baby will become before he has become it. You are seeing the oak in the acorn and expressing gratitude for the oak. This programs expectation, creates trajectory, establishes the template that development will follow. The Friday night Kiddush, sanctification over wine welcoming Shabbat, speaks of Shabbat as if it is a person arriving, a bride or queen entering. The family rises to greet Shabbat, singing Lecha Dodi, Come my beloved, welcoming the Sabbath bride. They are treating an abstract concept, a period of time, as if it is a living presence. They are greeting what has not yet fully arrived, celebrating the beginning of something that will unfold over the next 25 hours. The gratitude precedes the experience. Even daily prayers include this pattern. The Amidah, the standing prayer recited 3 times daily, includes requests for health, prosperity, knowledge, forgiveness, redemption, but these requests are framed as acknowledgments. You don't say, please give me wisdom. You say, you graciously grant knowledge to humanity. You speak as if the giving is already happening, as if you are simply recognizing what is perpetually flowing. The language collapses the gap between asking and receiving. You are thanking for what you are simultaneously requesting. This linguistic pattern appears throughout Hebrew prayer. Baruch atah Adonai. Blessed are you begins every blessing. Not, please bless us, but you are blessed, declaring that the source is already in a state of blessing, already giving, already providing. You are aligning with flow that already exists, rather than trying to create new flow. This is critical distinction. You are not convincing a reluctant deity to help you. You are tuning to a frequency that is always broadcasting and learning to receive what is always being transmitted. Modern manifestation teachings rediscovered this principle and labeled it acting as if, or living from the end. Neville Goddard taught that you should assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, that you should experience in imagination what you desire to experience in reality. Abraham Hicks teaches that you should find the frequency of what you want before what you want appears. These are restatements of what Jewish practice has encoded in ritual for millennia. Celebrate before winning. Thank before receiving. Embody the desired state before circumstances reflect it. The psychological mechanism is well established. Emotions create chemical cascades. Different emotions create different chemistry. Fear creates cortisol and adrenaline. Gratitude creates oxytocin, dopamine, and serotonin. These chemicals affect every system in your body and every aspect of your cognition. When you are in gratitude chemistry, you see opportunities you miss in fear chemistry. You make better decisions. You attract different people. Your energy is different, and people respond to energy even when they cannot articulate what they sense. More subtly, your electromagnetic field changes with your emotional state. The heart generates an electromagnetic field detectable several feet from the body. This field changes frequency based on emotional state. Coherent emotions like gratitude, appreciation, and love create coherent heart rhythms, which create coherent fields. These fields interact with the fields of other people, and possibly with the quantum field itself. You are not just thinking grateful thoughts. You are broadcasting a specific frequency that affects your environment. There is also the reticular activating system, the brain structure that filters sensory input. You are bombarded with millions of bits of information every second. The RAS determines what gets through to conscious awareness. It filters based on what you have programmed as important. When you practice gratitude, you program your RAS to notice things to be grateful for. You start seeing opportunities, resources, and support that were always present but invisible because you were filtering for threats and problems instead. All of this explains how preemptive gratitude works mechanically. You are not magically causing reality to rearrange itself. You are changing your neurochemistry, your electromagnetic field, your perceptual filters, and your behavioral responses. These changes make you more effective, more attractive, more open to opportunity. Results improve not because the universe favors you, but because you have optimized your internal state for success. But there is a deeper level that moves beyond mechanism into genuine mystery. When large numbers of people hold coherent intention, measurable effects occur. Studies on the Maharishi effect showed that when groups practiced transcendental meditation in high-crime cities, crime rates dropped. Princeton's Global Consciousness Project has documented that random number generators worldwide show increased coherence during major global events when millions focus attention simultaneously. The data suggests that consciousness is not merely local, but somehow participates in a field that affects probability itself. If consciousness can affect random number generators, if group meditation can lower crime rates, then perhaps gratitude practiced by millions for thousands of years creates a morphic field, an attractor basin in consciousness space that makes certain outcomes more probable. Jews who practice preemptive gratitude may be tapping into a field built by generations of practitioners before them. This is speculation beyond current scientific consensus, but the data points in this direction. Consciousness seems to be more than an epiphenomenon of brain activity. It seems to be fundamental to reality itself. Whether you accept the esoteric explanation or stay with the mechanical one, the practice works. Express gratitude before receiving, and you increase the probability of receiving. Thank for the outcome before it manifests, and you accelerate manifestation. Celebrate the victory before winning, and you improve your chance of winning. This is not metaphysics. This is pragmatic technology with measurable effects. The practical application requires discipline because it feels fake initially. When you have no money and you thank for abundance, the gap between your words and your circumstances creates cognitive dissonance. Your rational mind screams that you are lying, that this is delusion, that you are denying reality. This resistance must be overcome through repeated practice. You are not denying current reality. You are creating future reality by embodying it now. The gap between current state and desired state is precisely what you are collapsing through the practice. Start with small things where the gap is manageable. Before a meal, express genuine gratitude for the food, for the people who grew it, for the chain of events that brought it to your table. Feel the appreciation. Let it be real. This is easy because the food is physically present. Then extend the practice slightly. Before checking your bank account, express gratitude for the money that is there. Before the meeting, express gratitude for the successful outcome. Before sleep, express gratitude for the opportunities that will appear tomorrow. You are moving from gratitude for the certain to gratitude for the probable, to gratitude for the possible, to gratitude for the desired. Each level requires more faith, more trust, more willingness to feel foolish. Gratitude for food, you can see, is easy. Gratitude for opportunities not yet visible is harder. But this is precisely the training. You are building the muscle of faith, the capacity to hold a state independent of circumstances. This is what differentiates masters from beginners. Beginners need circumstances to support their state. Masters generate state regardless of circumstances. The external eventually conforms to the internal, but only after the internal is stabilized. Create a practice of preemptive celebration. When you set a goal, celebrate immediately as if you have achieved it. Not in fantasy, but in actual physical celebration. Pop champagne, call friends, dance, do whatever you would do if the goal had manifested. This feels absurd to the rational mind. It is supposed to. You are training irrationality, the capacity to act in faith before evidence, to leap before the net appears. Every spiritual tradition teaches this leap. Jewish practice systematizes it into ritual that forces the leap repeatedly until it becomes natural. The Sabbath itself is preemptive celebration. You stop working before the work is done. You celebrate completion before completing. You act as if you have enough before having enough. This weekly practice trains the psychology of preemptive gratitude. You are declaring satisfaction before achieving satisfaction. You are embodying sufficiency before accumulating sufficiency. Over years of weekly practice, this becomes your default state. You learn to celebrate before winning because you celebrate every Friday, regardless of whether the week's goals were achieved. Holidays reinforce the pattern at larger intervals. Multiple times per year, you stop everything for multi-day celebrations. You feast, you rest, you rejoice. These are not rewards for achievement. These are scheduled celebrations, independent of circumstances. Some years are good, some are difficult, but the holidays occur regardless. You celebrate because it is time to celebrate, not because circumstances justify celebration. This trains the ability to generate positive state, independent of external validation. The ultimate expression of preemptive gratitude is the practice of saying, Gam Zul Tova. This, too, is for good. In response to apparent setbacks, when something goes wrong, you immediately declare that this is actually for your benefit, that some good will come from this, that you are grateful even for this difficulty. This seems like denial or toxic positivity until you understand the function. You are refusing to collapse into victim consciousness. You are maintaining agency by insisting on finding the opportunity in the obstacle. This does not mean pretending harm is not harm. It means refusing to let harm define your state. There is a famous Talmudic story about Rabbi Akiva, who traveled with a donkey, a rooster, and a lamp. In one town, no one offered him lodging, so he camped outside. During the night, wind blew out his lamp, a cat ate his rooster, and a lion killed his donkey. Each time, he said, Gam Zu Latova, this too is for good. The next morning he learned that an army had passed through during the night, killing everyone in the town and everyone visible in the surrounding area. The lamp would have revealed him. The rooster would have crowed. The donkey would have brayed. The losses that seemed terrible saved his life. The practice of declaring, this too is for good, is not naive optimism, but sophisticated understanding that you rarely know the full consequences of any event. Better to assume benefit and look for it than to assume harm and spiral into despair. This practice creates resilience that appears superhuman to those who don't understand it. Jews have endured catastrophes that destroyed other peoples. The psychological technology that allows this endurance is preemptive gratitude. No matter how dark circumstances become, you practice finding something to be grateful for, some fragment of good, some potential benefit. This prevents total collapse. You maintain enough forward momentum to survive until circumstances improve. Then you rebuild, because you never fully internalized the disaster. You insisted throughout that this too would be for good, and eventually you find the good or create it. For non-Jews adopting this technology, the key is consistent practice that gradually expands the gap between state and circumstances. Begin with gratitude for what exists. Establish that foundation solidly. Then add gratitude for what is probable, then for what is possible, then for what is desired but not yet visible. Each layer builds on the previous. You cannot jump directly to gratitude for the impossible. You must train the capacity progressively. Combine gratitude practice with action. This is critical. Preemptive gratitude is not substitute for effort. It is complement to effort. You work toward your goals with full commitment, and you simultaneously express gratitude as if the goals are already achieved. The combination is powerful. The effort demonstrates commitment. The gratitude generates the state that makes the effort effective. Without effort, gratitude becomes wishful thinking. Without gratitude, effort becomes grinding strain. Together, they create flow, the state where action feels effortless because you are working from inspired certainty rather than desperate striving. Notice when you slip into demanding rather than thanking. Demanding is asking from lack. Thanking is acknowledging from sufficiency. The distinction is subtle but crucial. When you catch yourself demanding, stop and reframe as gratitude. Instead of, "I need this to work," try, "I am grateful this is working." Instead of, "Give me success," try, "Thank you for this success." The shift seems trivial. The psychological and energetic impact is profound. The cosmic trigger encoded in preemptive gratitude is this: emotion precedes circumstance, not the other way around. You do not wait for circumstances to make you grateful. You generate gratitude first, and circumstances align with the gratitude. You do not wait for success to feel successful. You feel successful first, and success manifests to match the feeling. This inverts the common understanding of causality. Most people believe external events cause internal states. The truth is that internal states attract external events. Master your internal state and external reality becomes remarkably malleable. Jewish prosperity is not an accident of genetics, conspiracy, or luck. It is the systematic result of practices that generate prosperity consciousness. Preemptive gratitude is perhaps the most powerful of these practices because it directly addresses the core problem. The belief that you must receive before you can be grateful, that circumstances must change before you can feel abundant, that success must arrive before you can celebrate. This belief locks you in lack consciousness. Preemptive gratitude shatters this belief. You prove to yourself that you can generate the desired state, independent of circumstances. Once you prove this, you have accessed the cosmic trigger. Everything accelerates from there. The final chapter will synthesize everything discussed into a practical protocol, a system you can implement immediately, regardless of background, belief, or circumstances. But implementation only works if you understand and commit to preemptive gratitude. Without this, all other practices remain incomplete. With this, every practice becomes exponentially more effective. The foundation is gratitude. The accelerant is making that gratitude anticipatory rather than reactionary. Master this, and you have decoded the deepest secret of Jewish prosperity. Chapter 10. Activating your cosmic trigger. You now possess knowledge that took the Jewish people 3,000 years to refine through suffering, displacement, and relentless testing. You understand that Torah is code, that Shabbat creates quantum shortcuts, that a tzedakah generates circulation, that Kabbalah maps consciousness architecture, that divine names carry vibrational frequency, that diaspora forged adaptability, that daily rituals program prosperity, and that preemptive gratitude collapses the gap between desire and manifestation. The question is no longer whether this system works. The question is whether you will work the system. This is not about converting to Judaism. This is not about cultural appropriation or religious tourism. This is about recognizing that a specific people developed a specific technology through brutal evolutionary pressure, and that technology is based on universal principles that anyone can apply. The forms are Jewish. The principles are cosmic. You must extract the principles, respect the source, and implement adaptations that honor both your own integrity and the tradition that preserved this knowledge. The challenge is that knowledge without implementation is entertainment, not transformation. You can read about fitness without getting fit, study nutrition without getting healthy, understand business principles without building wealth. Information is abundant. Implementation is rare. The difference between those who transform and those who remain stuck is not access to knowledge, but commitment to practice. This chapter provides the protocol. Your commitment determines the results. Begin with a foundation assessment. Where are you actually starting? Not where you wish you were, not where you should be, but where you actually are right now. What is your current relationship with money? Do you have enough? Do you feel abundant or scarce? Do you give regularly or hoard anxiously? Are you in debt or building wealth? Be brutally honest. Delusion about starting. Point guarantees failure because you will apply inappropriate interventions. The doctor must diagnose accurately before prescribing effectively. Assess your consciousness patterns. Do you wake with anxiety or appreciation? Do you work from desperation or inspiration? Do you save from fear or invest from confidence? Do you see opportunities or only obstacles? Do you trust that more is available or believe in fundamental scarcity? These patterns determine outcomes far more than tactics. You can apply every strategy correctly and still fail if your underlying consciousness broadcasts lack. You must address consciousness first, strategy second. Evaluate your current practices. Do you have any daily rituals? Do you practice gratitude systematically or only when you happen to feel grateful? Do you rest deliberately or only when exhausted? Do you give strategically or only when guilted? Do you study anything deeply or skim surfaces? Do you belong to communities or isolate? Most people have almost no conscious practices. They live on autopilot, reacting to circumstances, driven by unconscious patterns. Without practices, transformation is impossible. Practices create the structure that carries you when motivation fails. Now design your system. This is not about adopting every practice discussed in this book. That would be overwhelming and unsustainable. This is about selecting the minimum effective dose, the smallest set of practices that will produce maximum transformation. Start with 3 daily practices, 1 weekly practice, and 1 monthly review. Nothing more. Master these before adding complexity. Sophistication comes through depth, not breadth. Better to practice 3 things consistently than attempt 20 things sporadically. For daily practices, I recommend 3 non-negotiables that form the foundation. First, morning gratitude. Before your feet hit the floor, before you check your phone, before you engage with the day, Speak 3 things you are grateful for. Speak them aloud. Hear your own voice declare gratitude. This programs your first conscious thoughts toward appreciation rather than anxiety. Do this without exception. Sick days, travel days, days when nothing seems to be going well, especially those days. Consistency builds the neural pathway. Exceptions destroy it. Second, strategic giving. Set aside 10% of every dollar that comes to you. Not someday when you can afford it. Now, from whatever you currently receive. If you are employed, calculate 10% of your paycheck. If you are self-employed, set aside 10% of every payment. Make this automatic if possible. The moment money arrives, move 10% to a separate account designated for giving. Then give it monthly to causes or people you choose. This establishes you as someone who circulates resources rather than someone who hoards them. The identity shift is more valuable than any single donation. Third, evening release. Before sleep, review your day briefly. Acknowledge 3 things you did well. Note 1 thing you will improve. Forgive yourself and anyone who wronged you. Speak this aloud or write it in a journal. Then declare the day complete and surrender to rest. This prevents rumination, clears accumulated tension, and trains the ability to let go. Most people carry every day's stress into the next day, accumulating burden until collapse. This practice completes cycles, allowing each day to end so the next can begin fresh. These 3 practices take less than 10 minutes total. Morning gratitude takes 90 seconds. Strategic giving is automated after initial setup. Evening release takes 5 minutes. You have no excuse about time. The question is commitment. Will you do these 3 things every single day regardless of circumstances? If yes, you will transform. If no, you will remain unchanged no matter how much you know. Implementation is everything. For weekly practice, implement a full day of cessation. Choose a day, preferably the same day, each week. From sunset to sunset, stop all productivity. No work, no email, no business activity, no optimization projects. Spend the time in rest, relationship, study, reflection, or simple presence. Do not treat this as reward for a productive week. Treat this as non-negotiable discipline that makes every other day more effective. The weekly stop is not optional. It is the foundation of sustainable high performance. Structure this day intentionally. Begin with a special meal, something beyond ordinary. Mark the transition into different consciousness. During the day, avoid all screens if possible. Read physical books. Have face-to-face conversations. Walk in nature. The goal is to reclaim attention from constant stimulation and rediscover presence. End the day with gratitude for what the week provided and intention for what the coming week will create. The weekly rhythm stabilizes everything else. For monthly review, schedule 2 hours at the end of each month. Review your finances in detail. Know exactly what came in, what went out, where your money is, where it is going. Ignorance about finances is choice, not circumstance. You can know if you choose to look. Review your goals. Are you moving toward them or away? What worked this month? What failed? What will you adjust? Write this down. Thinking is not enough. Writing forces clarity. Then set intentions for the coming month. Be specific. Vague intentions produce vague results. These foundational practices create structure. Daily touch points that keep you aligned. Weekly rhythm that prevents burnout. Monthly review that ensures you are actually progressing. This is minimum viable system. You can elaborate later, but start here. Master the foundation before adding complexity. Most people fail because they attempt too much too soon, overwhelm themselves, and quit within weeks. Start small, build slowly, compound over time. Now address your environment. You cannot maintain new practices in an environment designed for old patterns. Your physical space either supports transformation or sabotages it. Audit your environment ruthlessly. What do you see first when you wake? What surrounds you at your workspace? What is in your bedroom? Every object either reminds you of who you are becoming or who you were. Remove or relocate anything that reinforces old identity. Add objects that represent new identity. Place visual reminders of principles where you will encounter them repeatedly. A word on your mirror, a symbol on your desk, a note on your door. These function as external memory, redirecting attention when it drifts. Your willpower is limited. Your environment is constant. Design environment to do the work that willpower cannot sustain. This is not optional. Environmental design is the difference between transformation that lasts and motivation that fades. Curate your inputs. What you consume becomes you. What you read shapes your thinking. What you watch programs your expectations. Who you listen to influences your beliefs. Audit your media diet as carefully as your food diet. Are you consuming content that expands possibility or reinforces limitation? Are you exposing yourself to examples of what you want to become or what you want to avoid? Most people consume unconsciously, letting algorithms feed them whatever holds attention. Take control. Choose deliberately. Upgrade your inputs and your outputs automatically upgrade. Build or join community. Transformation in isolation is possible, but exponentially harder. Community provides accountability, support, modeling, and collective energy. Find or create a group committed to similar development. This might be formal membership in an organization or informal gathering of friends. The structure matters less than the commitment. You need people who will notice when you slip, who will celebrate when you progress, who will maintain standards when your motivation wanes. Lone wolves rarely transform. Packs do. Now apply the prosperity-specific technologies. Beyond the foundational practices, there are targeted interventions for accelerating financial results. These build on the foundation but require it to be solid first. Attempting these without foundation is building on sand. With foundation, these accelerate dramatically. First, visualization practice. Daily, preferably morning after your gratitude practice, spend 5 minutes in visualization. Close your eyes and see your desired financial reality in detail. Not vague fantasies, but specific scenes. See your bank account with the specific number you are targeting. See yourself making the business decision you want to make. See the lifestyle you are creating. Engage all senses. What does it look like, sound like, feel like? This is not daydreaming. This is programming your reticular activating system to notice opportunities aligned with your vision. 5 minutes daily, no exceptions. Second, opportunity tracking. Keep a running list of opportunities that appear. When someone offers an introduction, write it down. When you notice a business idea, record it. When circumstances align unexpectedly, document it. Review this list weekly. You will discover that opportunities appear constantly once you train yourself to notice. Most people miss opportunities because they are not looking for them. The tracking trains you to look, which makes you see, which allows you to act. Opportunities do not increase. Your perception of them increases. Third, skill set expansion. Every quarter, identify one skill that would materially increase your value in the marketplace. Then invest time and money in developing that skill. Take a course, hire a coach, practice deliberately. Do not wait until you have time. Create time by eliminating lower value activities. Your earning capacity is function of skills, multiplied by networks, multiplied by reputation. Skills are the foundation. Continuously expanding capability ensures you remain valuable regardless of market changes. Fourth, network cultivation. Every month, intentionally connect with 3 people outside your normal circle. Attend an event, schedule a coffee, join a community. Do not network with agenda. Network with genuine interest in people and in providing value. Offer help before asking for it. Make introductions. Share resources. Build reputation as someone who gives. Networks built on value giving create exponential opportunities. Networks built on value-taking create short-term transactions, but no lasting benefit. Fifth, project completion. Most people have dozens of started projects and 0 completed ones. Incomplete projects drain energy, create guilt, and broadcast to your subconscious that you do not finish what you start. This programs failure. Choose one project, finish it completely, deliver it to the world, then choose another and repeat. Build identity as someone who completes. This single shift often produces breakthrough because completion generates momentum, and momentum attracts resources. These 5 practices target specific aspects of prosperity generation. Visualization programs direction. Opportunity tracking builds perceptual skills. Skill set expansion increases market value. Network cultivation creates connection to resources. Project completion generates momentum. Together, they create conditions where financial breakthrough becomes probable rather than possible. Now address limiting beliefs directly. You have absorbed beliefs about money from family, culture, and experience. Many are unconscious. Many are toxic. You must surface them, examine them, and deliberately replace them. Start by completing these sentences without filtering. Money is. Wealthy people are. I cannot have money because. Success requires. These completions reveal your programming. Write them down. Look at them honestly. Ask, is this true? Is this serving me? Where did I learn this? Most limiting beliefs collapse under examination. Then install replacement beliefs through repetition. Choose empowering beliefs that contradict the limiting ones. Money is energy that flows easily. Wealthy people create value and receive proportional compensation. I have everything I need to generate wealth. Success requires clarity, commitment, and consistent action. Write these. Speak them aloud daily. They will feel false initially. This is expected. You are overwriting old programming. Repetition eventually integrates new programming. After months of declaring empowering beliefs daily, they become automatic thoughts rather than conscious affirmations. Practice discomfort deliberately. Growth requires leaving comfort zones repeatedly. Your nervous system resists change because change is perceived as threat. You must train your system to tolerate discomfort without interpreting it as danger. Every week, do something that makes you uncomfortable. Have the conversation you are avoiding. Make the ask you fear. Take the risk that scares you. Start small, but be consistent. This recalibrates your threat detection, teaching your system that discomfort is not danger, that you can feel fear and act anyway. This recalibration is essential because every significant opportunity will trigger fear. If fear stops you, opportunity passes. Celebrate progress systematically. Most people only notice what is not working. They focus on the gap between current and desired state, which maintains deficit consciousness. You must consciously redirect attention to progress. Every week, write down 3 wins. They can be small. You made the call you were avoiding. You saved the amount you committed to. You completed the project. Writing them down acknowledges them, which reinforces the behavior that created them. What you acknowledge increases. What you ignore decreases. Acknowledge progress and you generate more of it. Finally, make a commitment that supersedes motivation. Motivation fluctuates. Commitment sustains. Decide now, not when circumstances are perfect, that you are implementing this system. Decide for a specific time frame. 21 days minimum, 90 days ideally, 1 year optimally. Write your commitment. Sign it. Date it. Share it with someone who will hold you accountable. This removes the option of quitting when you do not feel like continuing. You have committed. Feelings are irrelevant. You execute because you committed, not because you feel like it. Understand that this is not quick fix or magic pill. This is systematic reprogramming of consciousness through consistent practice over extended time. The first week will feel effortful. The first month will require discipline. The first quarter will test your commitment. But somewhere between month 3 and month 6, practices become automatic. You no longer debate whether to do them. You simply do them. They become part of your identity. This is when acceleration happens. This is when results that seemed impossible become inevitable. The Jewish people refined this system over millennia because they had no choice. Survival demanded it. You have choice. You can continue as you are, hoping that circumstances will somehow improve, that luck will favor you, that you will stumble into prosperity. Or you can choose to implement a proven system, to work the principles that have generated consistent results across centuries and cultures. The information is free. The implementation costs everything, meaning it requires discipline, consistency, and commitment that most people will not give. This is why most will not transform. They will read, understand, agree, and do nothing. They will return to their default patterns within days. They will remain in the same circumstances they complain about because complaining is easier than changing. You must decide which group you belong to. The readers or the practitioners, the consumers of information or the implementers of systems, the hopeful or the committed. If you choose implementation, know this. The first evidence of shift appears around week 3. Small things begin working more smoothly. Opportunities appear slightly more frequently. Mood stabilizes at higher baseline. These are subtle signs that programming is taking hold. Around week 8, more substantial shifts occur. Financial improvements become measurable. Relationships strengthen. Energy increases. Confidence grows. You begin trusting the system because you see it working. By month 6, transformation is undeniable. Your financial situation has materially improved. Your consciousness has shifted from scarcity to sufficiency. Your daily experience is qualitatively different. You have become someone who practices prosperity disciplines rather than someone who hopes for lucky breaks. This identity shift is permanent if you maintain practices. The system works not because it is magical, but because it is systematic application of principles that actually govern manifestation. The cosmic trigger is not hidden. It is ignored. Everyone has access. Few activate it. Activation requires recognizing that consciousness precedes circumstance, that internal state determines external experience, that you are not victim of reality, but participant in creating it. Then activation requires implementing practices that reprogram consciousness systematically. Theory without practice is entertainment. Practice without theory is superstition. Theory plus practice is transformation. You now have the complete transmission. Torah as code, Shabbat as quantum rest, Tzedakah as circulation technology, Kabbalah as consciousness map, divine names as frequency tools, diaspora mindset as competitive advantage, daily rituals as consciousness anchors, preemptive gratitude as manifestation accelerant, and now, the implementation protocol that allows you to apply everything. The question is not whether this works. Thousands of years and millions of lives prove it works. The question is whether you will work it. Will you commit to 21 days of consistent practice? Will you implement the 3 daily practices without exception? Will you observe weekly cessation? Will you conduct monthly reviews? Will you build community? Will you curate environment? Will you replace limiting beliefs? Will you practice discomfort? Will you celebrate progress? Will you maintain commitment, regardless of motivation? Your answer determines everything. Choose implementation. And this knowledge transforms from interesting ideas into lived experience, from intellectual understanding into embodied wisdom, from theory about prosperity into actual prosperity. Choose entertainment, and this book becomes another collection of ideas you encountered and forgot, another system you considered but never tried, another opportunity you glimpsed but did not seize. The cosmic trigger awaits activation. The button has always been available. Jewish tradition preserved the knowledge of where to find it and how to press it. You now have that knowledge. Activation is your choice and your responsibility. No one can do this for you. No one can want this for you. You must choose, commit, and execute. The universe responds to committed action, not to wishful thinking. Start today. Not tomorrow, not Monday, not when circumstances are better. Today, choose your 3 daily practices. Schedule your weekly cessation. Set your monthly review. Make your commitment. Sign it. Begin. The first step activates the sequence. The consistent steps compound into transformation. The transformation becomes the life you designed, rather than the life that happened to you. This is the final secret. There is no secret. There is only practice. The Jews prospered not because they possessed hidden knowledge, but because they practiced openly available principles with relentless consistency across generations. You can access the same prosperity by applying the same principles with the same commitment. The cosmic trigger is not supernatural power bestowed on the chosen. It is natural principle available to the committed. Activate your trigger. Transform your consciousness. Manifest your prosperity. The system is proven. The protocol is clear. The only variable is your commitment. Choose now. Begin now. Become now what you have always had the potential to be. The abundant life you desire is not distant future possibility. It is present moment choice. Choose practices that align with prosperity, and prosperity aligns with you. This is mechanics, not magic. Work the system and the system works. Your cosmic trigger is activated.